Okay, Vino Adonai Nohenu Alenu Umase Adenu Konina Alenu Umase Adenu Koneu. I'd like to dedicate the shiur to that today. L'il Nishmat Aliza Bat Zohara Abu Hatzera Ruach Adonai Tenechene Began Eden. Okay. Yes, his mother. Also, L'il Nishmat Eliezer Ben Yishayahu David Ruach Adonai Tenechene Began Eden. וגם נפש חתון חנה בת מזל מרים רוח אדוני תניחנה בגן עדן וגם נפש צבי הרש בן מרדכי רוח אדוני תניחנה בגן עדן. Okay, so back to Shaare Orah. It's been a little while, a couple of weeks, unfortunately. So we're back into the groove. So we're on in the book Shaare Orah. We're on basically page Kof Tzadi Gimel, and we're above the line, and we're in the second paragraph. Okay. A little rusty, so we'll try to get back to where we were. And now I have to, the Hebrew is beautiful. To shine on your face in this essential item, in this ikar, the essential, great essential item. Da kivyot tzadik mashpia birchato vetovato al tzedek. We discussed there were three concepts: tzadik, tzedek, and tzedakah. Yes. Tzaddik represents the yesod, tzaddik yesod olam. That's pretty straightforward. And what is the job of the tzaddik? To give over to the tzedek. Why is Yosef called Yosef HaTzaddik? One answer simply is he didn't go with the wife of Potiphar. Yes, a person who's tzaddik is Moshel al Yitzur, controls his yetzer, right? But there's another reason. What does it talk about Yosef? Who mashbir? He was giving over all the food and grain to all of Egypt, right? So this concept that a person who's a righteous person is not a taker. A righteous person, everything they receive, what do they do with it? They then share it. They give it over, okay? So tzaddik gives over tzedek. Tzedek is the recipient. That's represented by the malchut, the feminine, the keli, right? That receives the shefa, yes? And then what is being transferred from the yesod to the malchut is called tzedakah. Everybody got that? That's what we discussed last class. Yes?
Where's it being transferred from when it gets to the malchut?
Malchut then distributes it out to the world. Okay, that's the and we can discuss a little further. Let's discuss this a little. I want to go a little deeper on this. What do we know about Yosef?
He was very good looking.
Continue. You're on the right track.
He was kind of in love with himself, in love with his world.
That's what got him to trouble with the wife of Potiphar. Because he started to, make himself good, look good, right? And therefore, the wife of Potiphar, he didn't want her attention, but when a person puts themselves out there to make themselves look good, it attracts attention. Often it is unwanted attention, right? Now, why was Yosef so good looking? This is very subtle. Why was Yosef so good looking?
He didn't have the stressors of being in the famine.
So there's, if I'm not mistaken, in the Midrash, I'd have to find it. Remember, I saw this once or heard about it. Okay, Yosef was initially supposed to be a girl, and through the tefillah, through the prayer, he was switched. Again, we could understand this embryologically, whether you're aware or not. Every fetus starts off as a woman. Every fetus starts off as a woman. For the first 40 days, there's no masculine aspect to it.
So what chromosomes does it have? Two X?
It has two. It has an X and Y, but the Y only activates, shall we say, after 40 days. Wow. And at 40 days, if there's a Y chromosome present, then there's an influence that happens on the development of the genitalia that turns it into a male. But if there's no Y chromosome, then what happens is it becomes a female.
It becomes an X.
It's okay. It's already XX. Okay, a female is XX, a male is XY. So if there's a Y chromosome present, the Y is mashpia, has influence on this is embryologically, right? Has influence on the gonadal development and turns it into a boy. That is the default for all human beings.
I'm still a little confused. You're
Why confused?
XX and there's a Y there somewhere? That's
Okay, there's no XX is female, XY is
You're saying
male.
everyone starts as female.
Everybody, there's XX and XY, right? This embryo is an XX, this embryo is an XY, okay? The embryo that's an XY, because of the presence of the Y chromosome then begins to function and act at day 40 or so and causes the changing of the development of the genitalia to become male. In absence of a Y chromosome, in other words, XX, it becomes female. So it's the Y chromosome that makes it's not two X's that make the female. It's the presence of the Y chromosome that makes the male. Because remember, the male has an X and a Y, right? The presence of the Y is what makes it into a male.
How do you get that presence? Where does that Y come into?
Okay, the sperm. There's some sperm that are X and some sperm that are Y. Whichever one fertilizes the egg is the one that becomes. The mother only has X's, right? So all her eggs are X, right? From the sex chromosome. There's two divisions. There's X and Y, right? So the mother, all she has is X. So all the eggs are X.
And some sperm have X and some have XY.
Correct. So therefore, the sperm that fertilizes the egg, if it's an X, it becomes a female. If it's a Y, it becomes a male. But it's not the double X that causes the feminine trait to happen. It's the presence of the Y that causes the male to happen. Therefore, the default is female. That's why what we're talking about with Yosef is not so far-fetched, shall we say. And that's why halachically, if a person doesn't have children and his wife becomes pregnant, how long for the first 40 days, you can pray for the child to be either a male or female, whatever you're looking for, right? And now you understand why.
You have to calculate day one.
Wow. That's it. You had your fill for the day. That's it.
You have to calculate day one of conception.
Correct. Jewish women know day one of conceptions. The Gentile women have no clue. But Jewish women know generally the day one of conception. Why?
Because they calculate their...
Because they have a mikveh. They go to mikveh. They know exactly when. Now, come on, it's not rocket science. It's within 1, 2, or 3 days.
That's a 3-day margin of error.
Correct. That's better than some of the statistics for Trump. Okay, so now... All right, so we understand Yosef... It specifically says about him, okay, that he was really destined to be a girl. And because of the tefillah, therefore he was changed to become a boy. So he retained, kavyachol, some feminine traits, like the desire to always look good, right? There's a whole discussion of whether or not men are allowed to use mirrors.
Because it could be a derivative, I told it of Beged Isha.
And why is a woman allowed to use a mirror? Because for her to look for beautiful to her husband is very important. Okay, now that's not to say that a man is not obligated to look presentable to his wife, but it's not exactly the same. If it is, then the man have to make himself look good for the wife. You know, if she doesn't like something, a happy wife is a happy life. Yes, Charlie.
So when they say that Leah and Rachel talk to each other, and they switch the sex of the babies, and she had Dinah, which was supposed to be. How does that happen?
And what is Dinah? Dinah, think about Dinah. What was her? She went out. Vatetze Dinah bat Leah. Rashi says Yatzanit bat Yatzanit. She learned that from her mother because Leah went out to greet Yaakov and say, "You're going to be with me tonight." So that's not a good trait. Generally, kol kvuda bat melech penima. The daughter of the king is hidden, is subtle, right? So, but Dinah, from another idea, based on what we're talking about here, since she was initially destined, it was supposed to be a boy, or there was an idea that she was going to become a boy, became a girl. Therefore, she had this quality of going out. How do we get to that? So how do we? Right. So how do we get to that? 1 second. How do we get? We were talking about the Yesod, right? And we said that the Yesod is the tzaddik, and Yosef is the tzaddik, right? Remember, Yosef was what made Yosef unique? Everybody, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know the interpretation of Pharaoh's dreams. It's not that difficult. 7 fat cows eat up 7 thin cows, 7. Is this really that challenging? How could it be that the greatest minds of Egypt, the Egyptian Khartoumim, who knew the secrets of the world to the point where they could do magic from the side of the Tumah, how is it possible that they didn't have the interpretation of Paro's dreams? Here's the newsflash. Everybody knew the interpretation of Pharaoh's dreams. Everybody's smart. What did Yosef come with? Did he just come with an interpretation?
No,
He came with a solution. A solution. It's one thing you're in a business meeting and to complain, oh, this is not good and this is not good and this is not good. A good boss turns around and says to the complainer, you know something? Maybe you're right. How do we fix it? Well, I don't know. Then shut up. If you have a complaint but you have no solution, I don't want to hear from this, okay? Come up with a solution, then we'll hear your complaint and hear the solution. So because Paro had the solution, Yosef not only gave the interpretation, no one had the solution. That's why they were terrified to go to Pharaoh. By the way, there's going to be 7 years of plenty, and there's going to be 7 years of famine. Okay, what do we do about it? Well, I don't know. Off with your head. I mean, who's going to go to Pharaoh like that? Nobody. But Yosef had the interpretation, and he had the solution.
How hard is it to come up with save the food? Make storehouses.
They didn't have, this was not something that was known. Egypt was a land of plenty. They didn't have to store grain because Egypt always had, think about where, we're going to read next week's parasha. This is not a parasha class. We're going to read in next week's parasha, there's a famine. Where does Abraham go? Egypt. Why? Because Egypt never had a famine. It's always plenty because of the Nile River. So Egypt had always, when everybody else was starving to death because of famine, people went to Egypt. And that's where there was Sheva b'Mitzrayim, right? Okay? Yosef, what he did is because he came from outside of Egypt, and plus he was a smart guy, he knew how to store the grain. Now, why does he know how to store the grain? That's what I wanted to get to.
Because he is Yesod, he is the seed. He's the
Yesod is not the storage. Now you're not thinking about it properly. Malchut is the storage. But because Yosef had started as a female, right? He understood the concept of storage. The keli. Exactly right. So you see this, how the sod gives the pshat life, right? And that's what the Gaon of Vilna says. If a person understands the sod, they understand the pshat. If the person doesn't understand the sod, they don't understand the pshat. Everybody got that? Okay. So continuing on. So biyot hatzadik mashpia birchato. What is bracha? Simple meaning. What is bracha? Blessing. Thank you very much. What is bracha? How does a person know they have bracha? Any flow? Okay, let's say it's coming through it's coming from the left side, okay? Which is a very limited flow, okay? If it's just enough to sustain, that's not really bracha. What's bracha? When there is extra, vehoter. When there's extra. When there's extra, what does the tzaddik do with the extra? Again, the tzaddik himself has to eat and drink too. Otherwise, the tzaddik dies. That's the concept we discussed yesterday about the kiton shel mayim. That if a person's walking in the desert, and Talmud has a discussion, and a person has 1 flask of water, and that flask of water is enough to get him to the next place where he can fill up with water again. But his friend has no water. If he keeps the water himself, his friend dies. If he gives the water over to his friend, he dies. If he shares the water with his friend, they both die. What's the halacha? Keep the water for yourself. Why? Because this situation he can't give. He has no extra to give. Therefore, he's not obligated to give. In order to give, a person has to have hoter, extra. So bracha is, and where do you see that in the sod of the word bracha? This is beautiful stuff. This is early in Shaare, I discussed this early on. Where do you see in the word bracha this concept of hoter, extra? Bet is the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Its value is 2, right? Resh is the second of the 100s. It's 200. And kaf is the second of the 10s. Its value is 20. Therefore, bet, resh, kaf are all extra. You have 1, and then you have more. 2 is the first more. Everybody got that?
Yes.
So bracha, hinted in the secret of the letters of the word bracha is what? What actually is a bracha? What is a bracha? It's when a person has extra. And what does a person do with bracha that they receive? By the way, I taught I gave a class on that sheet that you gave me, by the way. I added to a class. Thank you so much. It was very much appreciated. Any more you have, I'm more than happy to look at it. Thank you so much. Okay, so everybody got that? So that's the secret of the word bracha. So we see, you told me from the Ben Ish Chai. You gave me from the Ben. I'd have to, the one, the Yom Kippur. I brought it up at the end of the class. I mean, the class was building up to it, but I gave a class right before Kippur on video. You have the video, yes? You'll see it. I mentioned it. Okay. It was amazing. Okay. I showed it to my son. He was blown away. Thank you so much. Okay. So where are we? So we'll continue on. So the tzaddik is mashpia birchato. Look at the language. What does that mean? That tzaddik is mashpia his bracha. What does that mean? What's his bracha? His extra. What the tzaddik receives on top of what is directly needed for that person or that individual is then given over to the malchut. Okay? The tovato. What is tovato? Anything that is given is called tov. Everybody got that?
Anything that you share is called.
When you give, the act of giving is called tov. Prove it to me.
The one who gives.
No, come on. I want a pasuk. I don't want stories. I want a pasuk. It's not too far away. How about this? I'll tell you the Kitov. Why does Hashem over and over again in Maaseh Breshit say Vayar et haor Kitov? Imagine I'm a builder, and I built this amazing building, and I walk around patting myself. Oh God, you did a good job. Really good. That's the level of Gavad Leva Shamayim, right? And there's no one else around to tell God you did a great job because nothing's created. Malachim are not created, according to some opinions, until day number 2, which means there's no one to tell God what he did is good. So he has to tell himself. What is he seeing a therapist? God forbid. He has to make himself feel good. Why is Hashem saying Vayar et haor Kitov? And then throughout all of Breshit, with the exception of on the second day, right? Everything he says is Kitov. What is the message? Here's the message. Did God, chas v'shalom, need to create the world? No. It was the ultimate act of altruism. Since God has no need for the existence of the world, it's only good for others. Its benefit is only for those who are a part of the creation. Therefore, everything Hashem did in the creation of the world was tov, with one exception. Actually, 2 exceptions. What are 2 exceptions to this tov concept? The second day. No, Yom Shishi has 2 tov, kitov. Yom Sheni, right, has what? Has no tov. Why does it have? Why is there no tov on Yom Sheni? It's not Ra, by the way. It's not Ra. It's necessary, but it's not tov. Because there is separation. V'mavdil ben mayim lemayim. Anytime there's havdalah, that's not tov. It's not ra necessarily, but it's not tov. So therefore Hashem doesn't say on the second day, ki tov. Why? Because what was created on the second day? The concept of machaloket. What is the mizmor we say on Monday? Lamnatseach livnei korach mizmor. Korach was machloket, represents machloket lo l'shem shamayim. If machloket l'shem shamayim, then it's a neutral. But it's a machloket lo l'shem shamayim, that's ra. Okay? What else is lo tov? Beautiful. Say it. Lo tov heyot adam levado e'eseh lo ezer kenegdo. That is lo tov. For a person to be alone without without a keli is lo tov. Not necessarily ra, unless the person is putting the or in an inappropriate keli. Everybody got the analogy on that one? That's the problem with Dora Mabul. That's what we discussed yesterday in the class. They were putting the or in a keli that was not proper. Animals, man to man. That's a keli that is improper. Therefore, that is called Yetzer Lev Adam Ra Mine'urav. When a person puts the or in the proper keli, that is called tov. If there is no keli, what's that called? Lo tov. But that's not ra. So the world was in a situation before creation of lo tov. Why? Ve'adam ayin la'avodat ha'adama. Right? From God's perspective, there's all tov, but there's no recipient. So on the outside, or there's no outside, but from looking at it from, there's no tov, because the tov, the ultimate tov is what? Mashpia. So what did Hashem do? He created a keli.
Pairs.
He created,
Had a pair.
yes.
That we receive, and we make the choice.
Why wasn't the keli created together with
Very good question.
So both
Well,
created
no.
together? Yeah.
No. First is the or. If you understand, again, I don't want to go too much into this because this is not germane to the topic of our class here. But if anybody thinks about the hishtal shalut, what we call it, from the tzimtzum and on, the first thing there is or. Initially, there is no keli. If we think about it a little differently, what is the first keli? Let's go back. Let's go deeper. The first keli is the tzimtzum. Before the tzimtzum, there is no keli. So if there's no keli, there's no shefa. In order to have shefa, you have to have two things: a mashpia and a mushpa. You have to have a giver. You have to have a receiver. So there was no shefa. In order to have electricity, you have to have a plus and a minus. That's electricity. So to have shefa, which is the expression of tov, there's the world. So vis-a-vis God essence, we can't say anything about the essence. Tov and everything, every infinite thing is possible. But in order for there to be a shefa, a giving, it has to be a recipient. So the first recipient technically is the tzimtzum. What was your question again? Okay, so Adam wasn't created together with Chava, so people wouldn't make the mistake and think there's two rishuyot. Because
But you had the Mesida, the whole Mesida, it was back to back.
I'm not following. Okay. Yeah.
It did exist.
Like two faces?
Okay.
Somebody?
One can understand that. Again, you know what? I really can't speak to this because if we're talking about the earliest, you would agree with me, The earliest keli is the tzimtzum. Before that, we have nothing to say. Yeah.
That's already after almost 6 days.
Okay.
After 5 days.
So there were other kelim created before Adam, right? The Adama, that's a keli.
Everything else had a zook. Adam saw that each one had a zook, and he did not.
Very good. But Hashem specifically did not make a bat zug for Adam. Let me say it a different way. The bat zug for Adam was not expressed.
It was there. It was part of him.
It was inside him,
Yeah.
right? So the keli was created, but it was not expressed. Seder? So what does he do? Tardeman Adam, and he takes a tzela. What is a tzela? Say rib. Wrong. Side is it's a side. Tzela.
Argument over here about that.
It's a part. So what does he do? He separates out from Adam the keli, because contained within Adam was the keli. And that allowed there to be an expression of a keli. Now when there's an expression, there can be mashpia and mushpa.
It says in Bereshit,
1 second.
it says-
The tzimtzum, everything starts out as only or. Yes?
Yes.
The tzimtzum is it's not a creation, technically. It's hard to talk like this. It's an expression of the concept of a keli that existed before. Maskim? Okay. We're not supposed to talk. The way this is supposed to work is we're supposed to understand the lower aspects, and then we can sort of refer to the upper aspects, but without saying it. Okay, what's the? I'm not sure.
Again, why the issue of the Mekhilah? Okay,
Exact same time.
not why, but how come it wasn't created together at the same time with Odom instead of with the Zohar?
It was.
Well, but we're saying it was created at the same time.
It says, I will
But so let him ask this question. Let me ask this question.
The animals, it was not like that. They had Zugars together.
Okay, the animals were not going to come to the incorrect conclusion. If you're asking why, first of all, to ask the why is challenging, right? Why didn't Hashem create Adam with an already keli expressed, as opposed to the animals which were created with the keli and expression, right? The answer is because only Adam was created be-tselem Elohim. And he didn't want there to be a mistake that there should be people that think, since Adam were created with Chava together, which basically means the keli, expressed keli and the or, then people would think that the keli existed with the or before. The understanding is the keli, I'll say it from a sod point of view, the keli is negated within the or. Okay? What is the tzimtzum really? It's a removal of that negation. You have a minus times a minus. What do you get? Plus. It's not really a creation. It's an effect and it's an expression of negating the limitation, the unlimitedness. Beforehand, there was unlimitedness. That's called Ein Sof. And then what was brought? The concept of limitation. The concept of limitation always existed within the Ein Sof, but it is overwhelmed and canceled by the Ein Sof. Wow. Like your question. Everybody okay with what we just talked about? Any questions on that? That's very...
Can I say what I was going to say?
Yeah, please, Charlie, go ahead.
In Bereshit, Hashem says, I will create a being, female, male and female, and I will call him Abram. So
Correct.
He was already created there.
That's from the Pasuk, you're 100% right. But the difference, what he's getting to, and he's correct, is there was no expression of the keli until he put tardeman adam and allowed ezer kenegdo. That is the expression of the keli, which then allows Adam to have a shefa on a being just like him.
Just like who?
Just like him.
Who's him?
If the animals, there was already a nekeva present. The Adama was nekeva. Yes? Okay, we have concept of nekeva already. You have the sun and the moon, zachar nekeva. So you have the concept of the recipient. Okay, as soon as the world was created, there's already the recipient. There's a world. Yes, choshech al pnei tehom. That's a recipient. So we already have the concept of the nukva created, or not created, expressed. But his question, very good. From a Sod point of view, it was not expressed in Adam. It was hidden. And maybe that's another hint, if I could say one other thing. Kol kfuda bat melech penima. It's letting the nekeva know when she's Adam, where her role is. Where is the nekeva's role? Noda b'sha'arim ba'ala. What does that mean? How is the wife known?
By your place in the house. By the wife
Through her
of
husband.
Shaare.
No, Noda, she is known Bisharim in the gates.
Of wrestling.
Ba'ala. Okay, it was different. Let's understand this in a simple meaning, right? She is known in the gates through her husband. Meaning, if he is an amazing guy, that's because she is an extra amazing woman. As they say in French, cherchez la femme. Look for the wife. If you see a bad Korach, bad guy, why? Bad wife.
His wife's trying to convince him. Go
On. Initially stupid, but good wife. That's why the Talmud says a Rasha man marries a woman that's righteous. She can change him. The opposite, oy vavoy. A righteous man marries a Risha'it. She will change him. Okay?
So where the Adam make the mistake, Isha
Okay, so as a okay, let's see simple meaning. Maybe I'll come think about your question on a deeper level. On the simple level, yes, but man is responsible for his deeds. No, if he goes to the Shamayim as a tzaddik and he married a Risha'it, and from becoming a tzaddik becomes a Rasha, he goes to the Shamayim and says, by the way, Ha'isha shenatata imadi. What's Hashem going to say? You are Rasha. You are responsible. Once you're above the age of 20, you're bada on Rashid. You can tell me the stories till you turn blue that it's your wife's fault. At the end of the day, you did the avon. You're going to be responsible. And if you think about it, in the Maaseh Breshit, Adam was not innocent. Ooh.
They discussed it before.
What was the mistake of Adam? No, that was already there. God did that.
No, he was the Sadeh.
Okay, so where does it say then? Again, in the Pshat, it doesn't say that. Let's go with the Pshat, then you can. From the Pshat, what was. Oh, maybe that's not Pshat either. Oh, no, here's the Pshat. Here's the Pshat. Okay. There are some places where Vehoter is not a bracha, but it's a klala. Right? There are some places where adding is a klala. We all know subtracting is a klala. That's easy. Where? Torah. There are 613 mitzvot. If a person adds 614, what's that called? Ra. That's not beracha. Subtracting from 613 to go to 612, we know that's Ra. But adding, right? Adding, sitting in Sukkah in the land of Israel on Shmini Atzeret. What's that called? Bal Tosif, wearing tefillin, Shel Rabbeinu Tam, and thinking you're fulfilling the mitzvah of tefillin through Rabbeinu Tam is a question of Bal Tosif. Because the tefillin are pasulot. The tefillin of Rabbeinu Tam are pasul.
That's why you don't say blessing.
That's why you don't make a bracha. Even Ashkenazim don't make a bracha on tefillin Shel Rabbeinu Tam.
I seen them do it.
They do it, they're ta'ut. It's a mistake. You don't make bracha on tefillin Shel Rabbeinu Tam, ever. Why? Because according to the halacha, they are pesulot. Because the order is, we wear it because there's a machloket, right? So we want to be there's sod reasons, but we'll leave that alone. You want to be noted to the shita of Rabbeinu Tam, okay? Which is the more common shita is Rashi, the Rif, Rambam. All of them held like Rashi. Rashi was the first, so it's called Tefillah Shel Rashi, right? But actually, the Rif was a contemporary. Anyway, we'll leave that alone. So that's called, but Rabbeinu Tam's tefillin pesulot. Therefore, you don't make a bracha. How'd I get to that? What did Adam do? Chava was not the person to do something wrong. What did Adam do? Hashem told Adam, do not eat from the tree. When he gave over, because Chava, she was not expressed, if we're in a Sod class, she was not expressed, she was not outside. When Adam was commanded about not eating from the tree, Chava was within him. She was not expressed yet. When she was expressed on the outside, now Adam goes to the female and says what? Not only we were commanded that you shall not eat from the tree, he adds, do not touch. If he would have said, listen, honey, I'm the rabbi of the world and I'm getting a mitzvah d'Rabbanan, midoraita, you're not allowed to eat from the tree, but as part of a harchaka, siyag la Torah, we're going to give a d'Rabbanan here, and the d'Rabbanan is going to be, you're not going to touch the tree, then it would have been a problem. But what happened? He gave her the doraita, and he added onto the doraita another doraita, which is don't touch it. So what does the Nachash do? He knocks Chava into the tree, she touches it, and she doesn't die. Immediately the Safek comes in. So therefore, the first person to make a mistake was not Chava, it was Adam, because he added. He added that mitzvah, or that aspect of the mitzvah. What's that? She didn't hear original pizza. Correct. She wasn't expressed. All right. Did I answer all the questions? Or there's still something that's outside? Okay, we'll have to look at it because it's separate. If he let her the Nachash in, that's correct. And technically, if you think about it, he did let the Nachash in. How? The hoter. By him telling Chava something that was not what Hashem commanded and not identifying that as a mitzvah d'Rabbanan, that's what let the Nachash in. Good. And here's another example. What does the Talmud say? What do the Chachamim say if a person is over on a d'Rabbanan? They liken it to being bitten by a snake. A person should be careful not to cross the fence. You have a orchard, right? The orchard is the doraita. Around the doraita is a fence. The fence is there to protect you from going and violating the doraita. If the person breaks through the fence, what does it say? Yin shachenu nahash. He will be bitten by the snake. So we understand any concept minus we understand is the snake. But even hoter regarding Torah is called the nachash. So the fact is, whether the Midrash says it or not, and if it does, that's great. If it doesn't, he let the snake in. He gave the snake a petach.
How did it come to say why?
Because he didn't take personal responsibility. What he should have said is, man, I messed up, God, but I told Chava the commandment, I added on the touching part, and that really wasn't you commanded. So chatati aviti pashati. He didn't do full analysis. He basically, if God comes to a person, imagine after 120 years, a person goes to the pearly gates, okay? He goes to Yom Adin, yes? Do you honestly think there's anything you can say?
What do you mean?
Do you think that as a person, when they're presenting all the good deeds you did, you're not going to add to anything. You're just going to say, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that. I'm glad you noticed that. Now, when they come to the bad deeds, do you think they're going to say, oh, what's your opinion? Are you going to justify it?
You cannot defend yourself.
You're going to have nothing to say. What's going to happen is there's two malachim there. And those malachim are going to, the malach of good is going to have to defend you. You have nothing to say, okay? Because you did what you did. So I'll give you the classic example. The person says, the first question according to some nusach is, did you study Torah? Did you toil in the Torah? Kavata itim la Torah. Did you set aside time to learn? According to one, it's the second question. According to other, it's the first question, okay? And that's why the Gemara says the beginning of the din of the person starts on Torah. Did you learn? Because if you didn't learn, you can't do. So there's no point in asking if you didn't do, if you didn't learn. If you learned and didn't do, that's a separate question. I learned, but I didn't do. But if the person didn't learn, there's no point in asking you didn't do. Of course you didn't do. You didn't learn. So when a person's going to say, so what would be your defense? God comes to you and says, I gave you 168 hours a week, and then he calculates all the hours of the week that he gave you over the span of 80, 90, 120 years. And he says to you, out of all those hours we have on our calculation here that you learned 3% of the time. First of all, did you did you set aside time to learn? If you didn't set aside time to learn, you're probably in the less than 3% category. Okay. If you set aside time to learn, did you focus on your learning? Did you learn the things you needed to learn in order to function, or did you learn pil pulim but never learn halakha? These are questions that will be asked. Do you think when you get to the Shemaim, if the person says, "Well, I learned, but I was studying all the pil pulim of the Torah, but I never knew how to do halakha," do you think that's going to work? No, that's not going to work. Ramchal says that. Not in that way, not in those kind of words, but that's exactly what he says. Do you think it's going to work if the person was a big Shabbos dig kind of person that did everything on Shabbos properly, but didn't treat people properly that he was working with? He didn't pay his employees on time. How's that going to work? Yeah, you'll get rewarded for Shabbat, and you're going to get punished for not paying your employees on time. It's not rocket science. So now let's start with the Talmud Torah. So the person wants to say, others going to say for you because you're not going to be saying, right? Person wants to say, well, I was busy. I was tarud. Living in Boca Raton on Montoya Circle is expensive. Sending my kids to yeshiva is expensive. Just add up how much you spent on the holiday. 18 meals. How much? It's expensive. You have guests over. Costs a lot of money. Well, the money doesn't grow on trees. We're not in the Garden of Eden. What did I have to do? I had to work. It's a pretty good defense, no? But you're not going to say it. Because the malach that's be with you is going to say, you know something? Yes, you're right. He wasn't learning enough during the week because he was tarud. He was involved in his malacha. He was involved in his work, and he needed the work to survive. We're not talking about 3 vacations and a yacht that's in Fort Lauderdale. That's not what we're talking about, okay? That is not going to be any excuse. You have a yacht in Fort Lauderdale and you're an Amaretz Gamur. How does that work? Okay? But you have expenses. So what are they going to do in the Shemaim? As a matter of fact, they probably do this from the beginning. They open up the books on Shabbat, Yom Tov, and Chol HaMoed. The times when you are not allowed to be working unless you're a doctor or a rabbi. The times when you're not allowed to be working. And let's open up the Shabbos book here. I don't see anything. You would take a nap on Shabbat afternoon? Didn't you learn that sleeping on Shabbat is only for a person who's a Talmid Chacham? Shena b'Shabbat ta'anug, it says. Shena has two meanings. L'shena is to sleep, and l'shanot is to learn. What's that? Yeah, that might work for why they come late to shul. Why they don't pray at nets, okay? That's not going to work here. So, kavata itim la Torah, you said that you were busy all week long, and that's the reason you couldn't. Or Shabbat you didn't learn. Shakran.
What about resting from all the malacha during the week?
That doesn't work. That's not supposed to come out of God's time. That's supposed to come out of your time. And why is Shabbat such a prosecution?
Because you have a Shama Yitzirah?
No. Yom Tov, it's a little bit less of a prosecution. Why?
You're busy with other mitzvahs and meals.
Because Yom Tov is half for God and half for you. That's the whole concept of Simcha and Yom Tov, Ta'anug, yes? Simcha, not Ta'anug, that's in Shabbat, right? Simcha and Yom Tov, you have a mitzvah to have Simcha, which means you have to have meat, and you have to have wine, generally. And Simcha b'Saba Yain, right? So therefore, Yom Tov is given Hatzi li, Hatzi lachem, half for me and half for you. So as long as the person spent the half that was for God in spiritual pursuits, i.e. learning and davening, things like that, it's good. Shabbat is kulo leHashem. It's all for God. What's the concept of, it's not simcha. There's no mitzvah of simcha on Shabbat any more than the mitzvah of simcha on Friday or Monday. In Shabbat, there's something called oneg. What is oneg? Pleasure. What type of pleasure? Lihit aneg al yudke vavke. The oneg has to be tied spiritually. So therefore, I'm going to enjoy my lunch right now. So therefore, I can go and learn right after lunch. I'm going to sleep tonight. So when I wake up tomorrow morning, I can go daven, and I can then learn afterwards. That's why Shabbat is a big prosecution, because Shabbat is supposed to be spent kulo leHashem. That means every piece of Shabbat has to be connected to Hashem. Okay, we're off topic. Let's continue on in the book here. Okay, great discussion, though, I have to say. Great discussion. So, mashpia birchato v'tovato al tzedek. So the tzaddik is mashpia al tzedek. Tzedek is the malchut, is the recipient. It's the feminine, it's the keli. Nikret eretz hachayim. When the tzaddik is mashpia on the tzedek, then the tzedek is called eretz chayim. And why does that happen? Because eretz can be chayim or not. When there's shefa from above, the eretz is the keli. The eretz receives the shefa, and then what does it do is mehayeh what's below it. So therefore, the aspect of the eretz, when there's shefa that's come from the tzaddik to the tzedek, becomes eretz hachayim.
So where does the klala on the oris come in?
Okay, well, that's that you were talking about before the before. Okay, so let's think about that for a second. Why was there a klala on the aretz? I said this yesterday in my class.
Because the earth rebelled.
The earth didn't rebel. The earth did nothing wrong.
I thought that like plant life did. Said,
No, animals did. No, but when was the land cursed? When?
H3, IC3. Supposed to be a H, and the 3 tastes the same.
Okay, good. But
Then it says that ICH.
what was supposed to be Adam's nourishment? Most of the nourishment of Adam was supposed to come from the Adamah. Okay, but same idea. Adamah is the feminine of Adam. Yes? Okay. So most of the nourishment was supposed to come esev haaretz, leochla, right? Animals only had esev haaretz. Adam was allowed to have esev haaretz and also pri haetz. No meat. No meat. The only sacrificing of animals was because of korban, right? When Adam ate from the one tree that God said not to eat from, what did he do? It says, Arua Adama, the land was cursed. From the time of Adam's sin, the land was cursed. For how long? Till Noach. Zeina Hamenu. This one will give us rest from the land that was cursed by God. So now the question is, why did God curse the land for 1,000 years? Noach was born in 1056. So the land was cursed for 1,000 years. Why? What is the biggest enemy of man? It's the biggest friend and the biggest enemy. Okay, something outside him. Good point. Very good. I like that. What's the biggest enemy of man? What gives the Yetzer Hara the energy to function? No, that's the result. Okay, let's talk about halakha. We'll bring it from the halakha. We'll understand exactly. We discussed before that on Yom Tov, it's chatzi lachem, chatzi laHashem. Half for Hashem and half for you. Right? Chol HaMoed. Let's talk about Chol HaMoed for a second. There are halachot regarding Chol HaMoed, regarding melacha that you can do and melacha that you can't do. Everybody knows you can't write. Correct? You can't write. If it's something davar abud, which means that the Talmid Chacham that comes with a big chidush, he's allowed to write, because why? It's something that's going to be lost. We see there are certain melachot that are allowed on Chol HaMoed, but there are many that are not. There are certain conditions, right? Why? Why is it the rabbis, of course, it has to be different than Yom Tov. It can't be Chol HaMoed and Yom Tov is the same. Why not? Because it says, Atzeret. Ubayom HaShevi Atzeret Yelachem, which means what? Talking about Pesach. You have the first day of Pesach in the Torah, that's Yom Tov. And then you have another day of Yom Tov that's called Atzeret. What does Atzeret mean? Stop. No. You're thinking from the Talmud point of view. I'm talking from the Torah's point of view. Okay? The Torah doesn't call Shavuot Atzeret. That's the rabbis in the Mishnah calling Shavuot Atzeret. In the Torah, we have Atzeret. The Shvi'i Shel Pesach is called Atzeret. Ubayom HaShvi'i Atzeret Yelachem Kol Melechet Avodah Lo Ta'asu. What do we learn from here? We learn from here that Yom Tov Rishon of Pesach, we understand you're not allowed to do many melachot, but there's certain that are permitted, like Ochel Nefesh and things like that, yes? And then you have Atzeret, which is another day of Yom Tov, that's Pesach, it's not a new holiday, right? And then there's also restrictions on all the melachot with the exception of Ochel Nefesh and Havara, right? That means those middle days, as far as the Torah is concerned, there has to be some level of Kodesh and some level of Chol. The Kodesh is restriction from Melacha. How many aliyot do we have in Chol HaMoed? 4. Why? Yom Tov is 5. Regular mundane day like tomorrow is 3. 4. Why is there 4? To tell you that it's not just a chol. Even though it's called chol hamoed, it's probably more properly termed moed shechol. Because there's a lot of things you can't do on chol hamoed. People think mutarim lachem mutarich. It's not. Those classes, when I give them, people don't like them. Okay? So Chol HaMoed, we understand there's restriction of Melacha. It says in the Yerushalmi. Now, who decided which Melacha were permitted in Chol HaMoed and which ones were not? Chachamim. Who determined which Melachot are considered to be Ochel Nefesh and which ones are not? Chachamim. Which means the Torah says, here's a concept of Ochel Nefesh. But I'm going to give it over to the Chachamim to tell us which Melachot are Ochel Nefesh and which ones are not. Watering my garden is not Ochel Nefesh. Why? Because nothing's growing in time for me to eat it now. Therefore, I can't water my garden. Okay? Planting. I can't plant on Yom Tov. Ochel Nefesh? No, it doesn't work.
You're talking about Yom Tov, not
I'm talking about Yom Tov. Okay? Now, Chol HaMoed, we have to, again, there's categories you may not be able to be planting on Chol HaMoed. You may not be able to water in your garden on Chol HaMoed. That's discussion. Depends on what's being watered and what's being lost. Okay?
going to incur loss.
1 second. I don't want to get off the topic. Let's go back here. So Chol HaMoed, it's just like the rabbis determined what is Ochel Nefesh, right? They determine which one of the 39 melachot are permitted and which ones are not permitted. But it's doraita, which means the rabbis are giving context to what the Torah is restricting. Everybody got that? Chol HaMoed is no different. The rabbis were given the koach to determine which melachot are permitted on Chol HaMoed and which ones were not. It's a machloket rishonim, whether it's doraita or Rabbanan. Okay, let's leave that alone. But suffice to say, there are opinions that say doing melacha on Chol HaMoed that's not permitted by the rabbis is a doraita prohibition. Because the concept of restriction from melacha on Chol HaMoed is doraita, not the Rabbanan. Okay? Coming back. It says in Yerushalmi that if we would have known what people do on Chol HaMoed, we would have allowed them to go to work. Why? Look at the Shulchan Aruch. What does the Shulchan Aruch say on Chol HaMoed? What's supposed to happen? The community or the Bet Din is supposed to appoint shotrim, policemen, enforcers of the law, to go where? To go to your house? No. To go to the rivers and to go to the streams where people are hanging out. And what's happening? Because they have time, they're sinning. Time is the ultimate friend of man. Time is the ultimate enemy of man. What was the problem by the Etz Hadat? Chava had time. Why did she have time? Where was Adam? Here's another mistake of Adam. What did he do? He had relations with Chava before Shabbat. And what did he do as soon as he had relations with Chava? For the guys who are married, what do you think he did after he had relations with Chava?
That was the sin.
He took a nap. And Chava was there, and she had time. That's the opening for the Nachash. Okay, but that was instantaneously. They went on the bed, came out. They didn't need to be taken care of. They were born as adults. They were not little babies. I have no idea. How they went, two went on the bed, 4 came off. Okay, let's not mix up midrashim because let's just understand. So the first creation, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz, was time. Bereshit what? Bereshit zman. Time is the friend. I need more time to do mitzvot. I need time to learn Torah. I need time to take care of my melacha. Right? And time is the enemy. What happens? Let's say the Talmud talks about a man who's wealthy. He is married. He has a wife. And he wants to hire a servant. He wants to pay a servant. There are 10 melachot, the Gemara says, that a woman generally does for her husband. 2 of them can only be done by her. Pouring his wine and making his bed in his presence. That can only be done by the wife. That cannot be done by the servant.
Can it be done by him?
Of course it can be done by him. Okay? But if he has the finances, Let's say, I mean, laundry nowadays, you put it in the machine, you push the button, and you come back in 45 minutes, you move it to the dryer, push the button, 45 minutes, it's done. Do you have any idea what laundry was like 1,000 years ago?
Washing board.
I mean, that was a whole day affair. Okay, so that melacha took all day. So a man wants to give his wife a break. So what does he do? He hires someone to do the laundry. He hires a servant to do the laundry. He can hire up to 4 servants to do the work that his wife does, which means out of the 10 labors that she does, 8 of them can be done by others. He hires other people to do those 8 labors. But the Talmud says that's not a good prescription. Why is the prescription bad? Because then she's not going to have anything to do. Aha! That is the danger. Sha'amum, boredom. That's the danger. When a person has time, it gives a lot of opportunity for going off the reservation. Now we understand a little bit deeper what it means. Ratzah HaKadosh Baruch Hu lezakot et Yisrael. Lefichach yibarehem Torah u'mitzvot. Which means if a person is trying to do Torah and mitzvot, the one thing he doesn't have is time. Time for nonsense. That's what gets us into trouble. And that's what got us in trouble in the beginning. I'm not sure how we got to that either. Forgive me. But let's get back. Egel was also Boshesh Moshe Laredet Minahar. Why the word Boshesh? Very strange word in Hebrew. Why the word Boshesh? There's another Bishesh. What is Bishesh? It's a reminder.
The 6 of Sivan?
A reminder. Aha! It's a reminder of the mistake that was made on day number 6. Vahi Boshesh. It's a remez to the Shesh, the 6th day of creation, where Adam made a mistake. Why? Because she had time. The difference between the Chet HaEgel and in the beginning is the Chet HaEgel is not done by the ladies. They learned their lesson. The Chet HaEgel is done by the men. Okay. Whew. All right, let's continue. Okay, so what do you want to say with Erev Rav? How would we represent Erev Rav in what we're talking about in here? Borot Nishbarim. That's Erev Rav. When the keli has a hole in the bottom and things are coming into the keli from outside, that is called Erev Rav. Not from the right, not from the left, and certainly not from the middle. It's side stream. Borot Nishbarim. The keli with a hole in it.
So how would you reconcile the Zohar saying the sin was actual relations? You're saying they had relations and then the eating of the apple?
The relations, first of all, that was a sin. Talmid Chacham has relations with what? There's something called Ona, right?
Yes.
What's Ona?
One of the
Shera kesuta ve'onata lo yigra. You haven't read in a while. Lo yigra. Okay? What is Ona?
relations.
The word Ona doesn't mean
It
relations.
means a time.
Time.
A lapse of time.
Why does the Torah use the word Ona? Because depending on the profession or the job of the husband, that's
Means
the
the schedule.
Ona that he's obligated in. Or, to understand it better, it's Onata. It doesn't say Onato, which means the Ona is her right. So now you have a woman, and she marries a guy who works in the city. She's entitled to relations when she's not dinida every night. That's halakha. What happens if he works outside the city? Every other night. What happens if he works as a sailor once in 6 months? On a boat. She's not on the boat with him.
Well, this is back to boats are slower.
Now what happens if She marries the guy, and he works outside the town. Her onah is every other night. And he says, honey, I got a great job. I want to take it. I'm going to be a sailor on a boat. She has the right to say no. Why? Because the onah of that job is less than the onah of this job. So therefore, she can say, no, you're not taking that job, because then you're mechaser from the onah that we had from before. That's what is lo yigra. You cannot reduce it. Obviously, you can't reduce by saying, you know what, you didn't make me dinner, I'm not having relations with you. That, of course, is not allowed. Unlike the Muslims, okay? That is definitely not allowed. Okay? What was I going to say? What is the onah of Tamid Chacham?
Once a week, every Shabbat.
Why?
Friday night after
First of all, why
Shabbat,
once a
yeah.
week? He's sitting there learning all day long. Really? The guy's got a manual labor. He's a construction worker working in the city, okay? He's all day long in the sun working, doing this. He has onah every night. Tamid Chacham sitting on his can all day long learning Torah. His onah is once a week on Friday night. How does that work? He's got plenty of energy. We read it in Parashat Ha'azinu. Okay, let's develop that a little bit. Let's look at the pasuk. Sur yeladecha teshi. God created you with weakness. The concept of teshi is weakness. What does the Torah do to a person? It weakens the Yetzer Hara for relations. So therefore, because a person is involved in Talmud Torah all week long, it's, we're not machines over here. You can't switch on, switch off. The remedy for a person that's overcome by sexual desire is what? Moshchehu lebet hamidrash. So when a person is involved in learning, their desire for relations is reduced. And that's why the best advice I can give women who are married is to make sure their husbands are learning a lot.
Make sure they're taking the kids now.
Because if the girlfriend is the Torah, she has nothing to worry about. If the girlfriend is not the Torah, she has everything to worry about. Maskim? So the onah of Tamid Chacham is once a week on Friday night. That is when, because you're bringing neshama to the world. Is it a coincidence that Cain killed his brother? Why did Cain kill his brother? He's responsible 100%. Because Adam Harishon had relations before Shabbat, therefore the neshama wasn't exactly the best.
Oh, that resulted in the neshama.
That's a very interesting idea, that the Nachash had relations with Chava, and the Nachash was the father of Cain. How do you see that? Oh, this guy's good. How do you see that in the pasuk? Give me a chumash. I mean, we can go on for a break on everything. If not mistaken, it's also midrash, by the way. Maybe in both.
Well,
ready?
But Cain was older.
Watch this. Vaychi Adam 30 u'me'at shana vayoled bidmuto ketzalmo vaykra et shemo Shet. Wait a minute. What does this pasuk say? And Adam was 130 years old, and he gave birth in his image and in his form, and he called that name Shet. It didn't say that about Cain and Hevel. No. It didn't say that about Cain and Hevel because one of them was not born Bitsalmo Bidmuto. And what is the Tselem and the Dmut of Adam? the merka, the tree, the Etz HaChaim, the what you call it, the entire olam, yes? Which means Adam was created in the Demut, in the Tselem of Hashem, in Tselem of Elokim, right? But then it says Shet was created b'tzalmo k'nuto, which means understanding, go back, that somehow in the first birth, there was something missing. And what was missing? Hevel was created b'tzalmo dmuto, but not Cain. Why not? Because the Nachash is the father of Cain. Because Hevel was, look at the behavior. What was the behavior of Hevel? Why? Again, we're getting way off. Okay, but listen, it's good stuff. No problem. Why was Hevel's korban accepted and Cain's not?
Well, Abel got out of his best to do this,
It says, Mi bechorot sono.
and Cain had the worst.
What does Cain say? Mi peri ha'adama. It's not that Cain brought vegetables versus Hevel brought animal. That's not the issue, because we have in the Bet HaMikdash a concept of a mincha offering. The quality, it says, mi bechorot sono, from the best of his sheep, from the firstborn of his sheep, as opposed to Cain, where it says, mi peri ha'adama, from the fruits of the adama, which means Cain didn't bring mi bechorot peri ha'adama. And that's why Hashem didn't accept the sacrifice, because Cain made a calculation to himself. What was his calculation? These things are getting burned anyway. Well, God doesn't know the difference whether it's good or not good. So what's the difference? He doesn't need this anyway. So I'm going to give him the garbage. I'm going to give him the stuff that's not. I'm going to give him grade B, grade C. I'm not going to give him grade A. Grade A, I'm going to keep for myself. What's the problem? What did Cain miss? The korban is not for God. The korban is for you. And you want to be giving of yourself your best. That was Hevel. That's the difference between Betzalmo Kudmuto and the Dmut of the Nachash.
Well, he walked upright.
We don't know what the Nachash, what kind of animal the Nachash is hard to tell. The simple end thing is a snake, but it's hard to have a snake with legs. Let's leave, whatever. Yep. But the idea, not important what type of animal he was, the type of what his concept, what's the concept of the Nachash? Because that concept, after the sin of Adam HaRishon entered in, the difference between before and after was Nachash was outside. You are a Nachash. You I recognize. You I'm going to stay away from. When Chava and then Adam ate from the tree, what happened? They brought the Nachash inside. Now, who's talking to you? You're talking to yourself. You don't realize sometimes that what's talking to you is the Nachash, because it's your own voice that you're hearing, which makes it very difficult, very nice, makes it very difficult to discern. Is this something I should be doing? Is this something I shouldn't be doing? I can make lots of justifications because everybody's got a PhD in rationalization of their own behavior, why this is a good thing. That's why, what does the Torah say? Tzedek, tzedek tirdof. What is that? Tzedek bet tzedek. You might think it's righteous, but is that what the Torah would think it's righteous?
I don't know if my question was answered. You have relations with the snake and Chava. Then you have relations between Chava and Adam.
No, Chava had relations with the snake first.
That's the snake pushing.
No. According to the simple understanding, they had relations.
That was the eating. That was her eating fruit.
We could understand the analogy or whatever, but the bottom line is the Zohar says he injected his filth into her. That's the lashon of the Zohar.
Okay.
When they said Naaseh v'nishma, what does it say? Paska zohamata shel hanachash. When the Jewish people said Naaseh v'nishma, which means we're going to do whatever you say, whether we understand it or not. When a Jew says, listen, Before I do the mitzvah, I want to understand why. What's that called?
Becomes Epicurean.
That's called the nachash. A Jew who's operating not under the auspices of the nachash says, I'm going to do whatever I have to do according to the Torah. To understand the why is going to help me in my excitement, in my fulfillment of the mitzvah. It's going to give me what I need to do it at a much higher level. But even if I don't understand the mitzvah, basar b'chalav, who can understand basar b'chalav? Give me explanations all day long. Okay? It's chok. No one can understand that properly. Okay? And if you can, there's probably whatever. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Right? That's why the Rishonim were very careful when they gave ta'ameh mitzvah. Right? They all said, by the way, you're not allowed to give ta'ameh mitzvah, but I'm going to give a hand anyway. Here it comes. Ramban, the Sefer HaChinuch, it's all the same. Because why? Why are they giving ta'ameh mitzvah? First of all, they say, this may be the reason, and there may be 1,000 or 10,000 other reasons. Because the why is okay only if it's preceded by the performance. If the why comes before the performance, that's the nachash. And you see that clearly in the parasha. How clearly? The nachash says to her, you're not going to die. Right?
Reasoning.
Meaning, no, you must have misunderstood it. Before, the commandment is not to eat from it, yes? But there's something you don't understand. Look, the language is amazing.
He was checking. You're not going to die, but you're going to insert. You're not going to die right away, but you're going to insert death into the.
Vayomer el ha'isha. He says to the woman, af. Oh, once you hear the word af, what does af mean? Even though, but in English, you don't start a sentence with the word but. And when you're married, the worst thing you can do is give an answer and then say but. Gets you into trouble all the time. Oh, yes, you're right. But, okay, the but is already you're off the path, okay? The nachash starts off with but. Af. Ki amar Elohim. What is ki amar Elohim? Even though or because God said, lo tochilu mikol etz hagan. Do not eat from any tree in the garden. Is that what God said? No, that's not what God said. What did God say?
Eat from
He then the woman, what does she do? So she doesn't realize, because Nashim have da'atan kala. What is da'atan kala? It doesn't mean they're stupid, chas v'shalom. What does it mean? When we say their da'at is kal, what do we mean by that? Not simple. Women are very complicated. When you get married, you'll learn that hard way, okay? No, they're not simple, okay? Married men, do you agree with me that the women are not simple, correct? Very complicated, okay? Men are simple. Women are complicated, okay? Meaning, what does it mean, datem kala? They are persuaded. They are easily persuaded. Think about other women that are going to vote for Kamala Harris. They're easily persuaded. They're not looking deeper and seeing that this is an empty candidate. Forgive me for getting political, okay? So what we see, and why did the Nachash go to her? Why did the Nachash go to her? Because he knew. And why are they so suggestible? Why are they so? Because they're more innocent. Kol kvuda bat melech penima. It's the man that goes out into the world in the classic river and sees the ugliness and disgusting of the world and learns that not everything is as it seems. But if kol kvuda bat melech penima, she's still working with the idea that everything is good. That's why the Nachash goes to her.
So naive.
Naive has a little bit of a negative connotation. I want to say they're innocent, which is great, because that's what allows them to have the power to continue on the next generation, and after that innocence that's transmitted to the children, that emunah is unfortunately what our generation, the generation before often was missing, that was inherited automatically from the mother for all time. The problem with why today people have questions is because they didn't receive the emunah. Shema beni musar avicha al titosh Torat imecha. What does that mean? The musar comes from the father. What's the musar? Do this, don't do this, don't do this. What is Torat imecha? The or of the Torah, which is the beauty and the emotions, that's conferred by the mother, not the father generally. To love what one is doing is given by the mother. The emunah is conveyed by the mother when she's nursing the child through the eye contact. As soon as she has the emunah. What our generation and generation before is missing is, unfortunately, many mothers they didn't receive that from their mothers, and there was a break. And that's what makes our generation unique, that parents are being taught by their children. One of the signs of the Mashiach. Vatomer ha'isha el hanachash mipri etz hagan nochel. What does she say? Hold on a second. We are allowed to eat from the trees of the garden. Umipri ha'etz asher betoch hagan, but from the tree of the fruit of the tree that is betoch hagan, that is in the middle of the gan. Amar Elohim, God said, Lo tochelu mimenu, you shall not eat from it. And now here's the mistake. Velo tigeu bo. God didn't say that. God never said that.
Oh, well, she believed that Adam
told her that.
She believed it.
She received the teaching, and that teaching had a hosafa to it that was wrong, that was ra, because it was a baltosif. And she accepted that because her husband told her, because he's a straight guy. She trusts everyone. And her husband told her, don't touch it. Pen tumutun, which means not only if you eat from it, you're going to die, but if you touch it, you're going to die.
He added it.
Vayomer hanachash el haisha lo mot timutun. Meaning, what is the nachash doing? It's extremely crafty. He's a politician. What is he doing? He's basically giving half-truths. He's not lying outright. What is he doing? Is he giving half-truths? She made two statements. If she eats from it, she's going to die. And if she touches it, she's going to die. When he's saying you're not going to die, what's he referring to? The last statement she just made, that if you touch it, you're not going to die. Well, that's another question. We'll get to it. Now the Nachash adds the key. What's the key? That's the Nishma. Key. You know what the reason? You know what the secret? You know what the reason is? Why did God do this? Because God knows that on the day you eat from the tree, your eyes will be open and you will be like him, knowing of good and evil. What does that do? That piques curiosity. He's giving her a ta'am for the mitzvah that is wrong. And once she has the wrong ta'am, and now she touched a tree, she didn't die, now the Yetzer Hara is inside her. Vatere ha'isha ki tova etz lemachal, v'chi ta'avahu la'inayim, v'nechmad ha'etz la'askil, v'tikach mipiryo v'tochal. In that sentence, there are 4 times where it says vav taf. Vav taf. Let's look at it again. Vatere. One second. Vatikach, vatochal, vatiten. What's going on there? Mavet.
What?
Mavet. You have the vav and you have the taf.
4?
If you
Matthew
come to my
4?
class over the next couple of weeks on the night, we'll see how the Zohar puts this. It's
Ma'am.
beautiful, okay? It's going to be the Wednesday or Thursday. I'm going to post it in my chat, okay? I gave the first class this past Thursday, okay? It was at 7:30. Are you on my WhatsApp chat? You got it? All right, let's make sure you're on that, okay? I'll send you the link, and you could look at the class I did this past Thursday, okay? We're going to discuss what the Zohar, how's the Zohar, not one way, because the Zohar has many different ways it looks at the first pasuk of the Torah. How does the Zohar look at the first Maaseh Breshit? It's a different answer to Rashi on the first question of Rashi. Listen to the class, you'll understand what it is. Now, what do we see from here? Vav Taf, Vav Taf, Vav Taf, that is Mavet. Okay, now, what your question is what? Well, how did she not die right away? Sam?
Yeah.
All right. Let's give you the simple answer.
Or was it just that they're no longer?
Let me give you the simple answer, and then we'll give you the answer from the Sod. Okay? What's the simple answer? Because this is not an unasked question. Wait a minute. It says on the day. What's the Torah's language? Beyom acholchem mimenu. What does that mean? On the day you eat from the tree, you will die. You will surely die. Mot tubutun, right? That's what it says. So on the day, so your question is a good question. They both ate from the tree, right? They didn't die that day. Adam lived for another 1,000 years. He gave 70 to David HaMelech, so he lived till 930. But he was going to live for another 1,000 years. So we have a pasuk, Elef shanim be'enecha keyom. When God said, on the day you're going to eat from the tree, he wasn't talking about a day in man's experience. He was talking about a day in his experience. So in God's experience, a yom is equal to 1,000 years.
So the 6 days of creation, 1,000 years also.
No, but if you look at the Ramban, I'd encourage you to look at the Ramban and how he explains the 6 days of creation and how it's a remez to the entire 6 millennia of the world's existence. Ramban, I think it's the first and second Ramban in Breshit. It's amazing. That Ramban is a power. He shows how each 1,000 each day of the Torah, of the creation, corresponds to 1,000 years of human history. What do you have on the first day? Most of the day, what do you have? Tohu vavohu.
The Middle Ages, Dark Ages?
Tohu vavohu. No, not Dark Middle Ages. Tohu vavohu. And then, what do you have? Yeor. If you look at the first 2 parashot of the Torah, that is really the first 1,000 years is from Breshit up until Noah. Noah is 1656. Parashat Breshit ends with Noah's birth. Noah was born in 1056. So in the first Parashat Breshit, how many individuals of substance do you have? Not too many. Adam, maybe Shet, not Enosh, Metushelach. Huh? Chanoch is in the second section, no? So you have Adam, you have Shet maybe, because he was not an idol worshiper, right? Everybody else is an idol worshiper from Enosh and on, and Metushelach. Metushelach is the only other one that might be, right?
Why
Because Metushelach, it says when the Mabul happened, it waited a week until they finished the Shiva of Metushelach, and that's when the Mabul started. So Hashem waited until they finished mourning for Metushelach. And Metushelach lived longer than anyone else as far as the Pshat of the Torah is considered. Okay? So in 1,000 years, how many people are there? 4. Therefore, what's that called? Tohu. Tohu. What happens at the end of the 1,000 years? There's Or. Noah. Noah has the potential, that's what I discussed yesterday, the potential to be the giver of the Torah. How do you see that?
What did he miss? He missed praying for the other people's behalf, saving more humans.
He didn't either have the ability to influence others or didn't have the interest to influence others. Depends on how you look at it.
Well, the ability is.
But where do we see, because it's learned out, that Noah could have been the one to give the Torah? Remember we talked about the Zman? What did Noah do for everybody? Farming. That's what Rashi says.
This is after the flood.
No, this is before the flood. Noah, Zeyanahamenu, he was named Noah. Why? Because he's going to help them so they won't be starving, so they won't have to work the land so hard to bring out small food.
The Kutz and Dardar.
What was the goal? Why did Hashem, after 10 generations of the land being cursed, he brings Noah. Noah was first responsible for doing what? For ending the difficulty with bringing food out of the land or making it much better. That's why his name is Noah, from the word nacheh, which means to stop, to rest, not console. Rashi says Noah does not mean console, because otherwise his name would not be Noah, it would be Menahem. That's what Rashi says. But there's another word. This is what I said yesterday in my shir, in my drasha. There's a word zeh in the Hebrew, and it has two ta'amim on it. It's very unusual in Torah that there are two trups on one word. Zeh has two trups, meaning what? The word Zeyanahamenu has two paths. One is this, like Rashi says, this one will give us rest from the land that was cursed because he's going to bring agriculture. Yes? That was mission number one of Noah. What was mission of Noah number two?
Stop doing their behaviors. Show them.
Zeyanahamenu. Now let's look from a drasha point of view. V'lo nacham Elohim derech eretz Pelishtim. What does the word nacham over there mean? Guide. To guide. To direct. V'lo nacham Elohim derech eretz. God didn't allow them to be guided derech Pelishtim. So he gave them in another way. Lekh-Lekha ta'am. Go guide the people. The word lenachot is also to guide. Zeyanahamenu has two meanings. One, to rest from the difficulties of bringing food into the world. And when they have time, is to guide them into how to properly use their time. That part of the mission, Noah failed. Either because he didn't do it, or because he didn't have the ability to do it. I can't imagine Hashem would have wanted him to do it if he didn't have the ability. So he clearly had the ability. He worked on his own children, for that matter, right? But he didn't have the ability or interest to work on anybody else. Therefore, he guided no one. No one else came into the teva. The flood happened no matter what, and his whole generation died. And that's why he comes out and he calls him Isha Adama, because that's all he's left with. All he was the one who created farming and made it easier for people. But the real mission, which is to guide the people, he failed at. And that's why he gets drunk, and that's why the whole thing happened with the Cham. So now coming back, why he was supposed to guide them. How? Because if he would have guided them, Hashem would have given him the Torah, and then he could have given the Torah to all mankind.
And no flood?
And no flood. Because what we say, the enemy of man and the friend of man is the same thing, time. And because they had time on their hands, and they were not given an alternative, at least effectually given an alternative by Noah, therefore, they went into spiritual failure. And they went into their things that they did, and that caused the destruction of the world. No difference than we see today. This country, whether people realize it or not, is falling apart at the seams, because what held it together was a spiritual connection that this country was always connected to. Europe has been finished forever. Why? Because there was an interference between God and country. So people, when they were upset with the government, they were upset with God. The way this country was set up, separation of church and state, I can be upset with the government, but that doesn't mean I'm upset with my religion, because they're separate from each other. But what we have done is we have allowed government to replace religion and to take it away and not have people interested in God. So what happens? They have time. And when they have Netflix and they have Apple Music and Apple TV and all kinds of things on the internet that they can look at, all this time that they have, what do they end up doing? Avonot. Af. I mean, once again, Nachash, the first word he uses is af. Af. Charona.
There's the Rama. I show you that book. Okay.
Okay, so now coming
to negative.
so I want to answer your question because I didn't fully answer your question. I gave you the simple answer, which is 1,000 years in our time is like a day in God's time. And if you look at the Ramban, you'll see what he builds on that, showing how the blueprint for all of the history of the world is contained within Breshit, the first 6 days of creation. Okay? But there's another answer. And this is the answer from the Sod. When I said to you before that you really can't understand the Pshat unless you understand the Sod, right? So really, when I said Elef Shanim Benecha Keyom, 1,000 years in your life is like a day, you know what we call that? That's really what that is. It's a trick. We found the Pasuk, Baruch Hashem, and it's a beautiful thing. Is that really what it means? Maybe yes. Or no. Both Adam and Hava died on that day. How do we Ve'atem hadvekim b'Adonai Elohechem hayim kulechem hayom. Look at the words. And you who attach yourself to God, chayim kulechem hayom. You today are truly alive. What does that mean? When a person is connected to the Chayim, Etza Chayim, learning Torah, doing mitzvot and ma'asim tovim, he is alive, truly alive. And the more a person is connected to Hashem, the more alive they are. The opposite. What happens when a person disconnects from Hashem or does averot, does mitzvah, does things improperly? It's considered to, one at a time, it's considered to be like death. What's the opposite of chayim? Mavet. So when it says beyom acholchem mimenu, that hem hadvekim ba'Adonai Elohechem hayim kulechem hayom, meaning what? You want to live, you attach to Hashem. And how do you attach to Hashem? By eating from all the other fruits of the garden except for this one. And where you can get true chayim is attaching yourself to the Etz HaChayim. Etz Chaim hi lema hazikim ba. Instead, Adam and Chava, what did they do? They ate from the tree of good and evil, knowledge. And what is that tree really? You know what that tree is? Nishma before Naaseh. I want to understand. What do you mean I can't have milk and meat? I want to understand why not. That's called Etz Hadat Tovara. I'll give you another thing the Zohar says that people may not appreciate so much. The Etz is still the Torah. What does the Etz Hadat Tovara represent? A lot of people are not going to like this, but I'll show you it on the inside. What Torah is represented by the Etz Hadat Tovara? And what Torah is represented by the Etz HaChaim? Written Torah is what? Etz Da'at, Chas v'Shalom.
The fruits, it's that, and the Torah is on the ground from there.
Not what the Zohar says. At least not where I saw it. Maybe there's a Zohar that says what you're saying. I'm not going to say, it doesn't say that. I unfortunately have not been through the whole Zohar yet. Small pieces, okay? But this is incredible. You're going to love this. It's heavy. heavy. There are many people who won't like what I'm about to say. What is tovara? We can also say
There's no
isur veheter. What is permitted? What is asur? If I pick up any of the Gemaras over there, most of the Talmud, it's talking about the halakha, it's talking about what? Permitted, not permitted. That's etz hadat tovara. Why is it the etz hadat tovara? Because when I want to understand, let's say a rabbi says two things. One thing he says X, the other thing he says the opposite Y. The Gemara asks a question. Wait a minute. You say this rabbi says this, but over here he says this. It can't be. Did he change his mind? Did he hear something different? So how does the Gemara usually resolve that?
Talk about a different case. You mentioned-
Hechidami. What's the case? This case is like this. This case is like this. What's that called? Separation. Mavdil. 100%. But wait a minute. But that only comes after. First, we break it apart. We have to take it apart. The goal of the Talmud is to take apart and show each individual is different. And then we come to the conclusion, ELOKIM hayim. But that conclusion is on the Sod side, not on the
the
Pshat
Sod puts it
side.
back together.
The Sod puts everything back together. And that's Etz HaChaim. So the Zohar says that the Torah Shebich Baal Peh, that is Isur Veheter, that is represented by the Etz HaChaim Tovara. The Etz HaChaim is represented by Torah HaSod. Because the goal of the Sod is to take everything that's been taken apart and put it back together. Interesting, huh? Huh? They're together. Oh, you already changed it already. The problem wasn't Hillel and Shammai. The problem was Bet Hillel and Bet Shammai. Hillel and Shammai, what they did, disagree on three things, if I'm not mistaken, right? Three things? Hillel and Shammai. I thought that was Bet Shammai and Bet Hillel, no? Okay. So because the students didn't learn properly from their rebbes, there was increased machloket. Why do we have so much machloket in the Talmud? Because the students didn't learn properly from the rebbes, which means it's a choser da'at, a choser, a missing. That's why we have the machloket. What resolves the machloket? Okay, that's how they made sure there was shalom. Ultimately, let me ask a question. When did machloket start? Oh, thank you. Say that louder. By the zugot. By the zugot, which in Pirkei Avot, it talks about the zugot, the pairs. Before that, the pairs of rabbis. And then it goes, if I'm not mistaken, to the zugot. What changed? When did machloket come in? After Anshe Knesset Hagdola. Because machloket, the Torah has a perfect way to resolve it. Not like we do today, which is as perfect as we can be. Like Hamavadia. Here's all the here's the ones who agree with me. Here's the ones that don't agree with me. Acharei Rabim La'atot. This is the halakha. That's Hamavadia. If you look at his Yabia Omer, that's what he's doing. Here's all the ones that agree with me. Here's the few that don't agree with me. Since there's more people that agree with me, halakha is like what I say. That's if you look at Shuvas, that's it. Acharei Rabim La, and that's really how halakha works. Acharei Rabim La'atot, right? It goes according to the majority opinion. In the Gemara, it says like this: you have Chachamim and you have one rabbi. Who wins? Chachamim. Why? Because it's two or more.
Nobody wanted to recount?
What is the Torah's prescription for resolving machloket? Not that. That's the b'di'eved.
You have the halachas like this, like
The b'di'eved is the resolution. What happens if there's ben din ladin, ladam ladam? Ben divrei livo bisharecha v'kamta ve'alita el hamakom. We're missing something. What are we missing? The makom. What makom? Bet HaMikdash. What about Bet HaMikdash resolves machloket? It's called the Sanhedrin. When the Sanhedrin was sitting, there was no machloket in Yisrael. Because what happens? If there's something that comes up, they go and the people in the courts in the 23 can't resolve it in the cities. What do? They go to the Sanhedrin. And the Sanhedrin hears the stories on both sides, and they take a vote. And that's the halakha, whatever the majority is. Done. And what do we call someone who continues his opinion that he had that was rejected? Zaken Mamre. What happens to that guy? Not so good. He gets killed. Gets executed by the Bet Din. Zaken Mamre is killed. What is the Torah? What is the Torah saying? Here's the prescription for resolving machloket. We have a discussion among 71 chachamim, the greatest of the generation, and then based on that, there should be one path for the Jewish people, not this one and this one. There's got machloket here. This according to this. No, this is not the ideal. The ideal is Sanhedrin resolution. Done. What does the Gemara do when it has a machloket, and based on the rules of the Gemara, I can't resolve the machloket? Teiku, meaning what?
It'll be resolved in the future by Tishbi.
Guess what? It's going to be resolved in the future. And you know what else is going to be resolved? All the machloket is going to be resolved.
But not everything is machloket. Some things are resolved already in the Gemara.
Okay, well.
So those are going to stay?
Whatever's resolved. How many things have no machloket? Let's think about that.
The sukkah. There's nobody who's doing a sukkah that's more than that number of amot tall. But what if they're in the Sanhedrin, they voted, it can't be more than this, and that guy wants to have a little bit taller of a sukkah? Is that
that would be not okay? What is an example? I'm going to give you the term in the Talmud. Halacha peshuta. What is a halacha peshuta? What does that mean? Doesn't mean simple, because no halacha is simple. What is peshuta?
That's probably agreed upon by everybody.
Halacha that is pashut. What is pashut? It's spread everywhere, which means there's no machloket. When the Gemara wants to pick an example of a halacha that is peshuta, the one I remember that's really beautiful is what? No machloket. Zero.
A marriage, to get a marriage, you need three things.
No, there's machloket on that. Can you do shtar? You can't do shtar. You get lashes for shtar. No.
So lulav and etrog have to come from no species, no other orange, no other myrtle, no other palm. Has to be like this.
Yeah. Keep going. Which minhag, which custom is brought as the case par excellence for no machloket? You're going to love this one. You're going to love this one. It connects to what we said before. Wow. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. I know we're going to do with this book. Nashim ichmiru al atzman yoshvot shiva nekiyim. When they see a tipat dam, a ketem kechardal, like a mustard seed. What's that? Is that a halacha? Now it's a halacha. What was it? Nashim hichmiru al atzman. And that's called halacha peshuta. Meaning what? Not simple. Nitpashet. There's no machloket. Why is there no machloket? First of all, what was their reasoning? They couldn't tell whether they were zava or nida. The women lost the understanding of when they are nida, when they're zava, right? And because of that, what did they do? They wanted to make sure that they would never have children that were born defective spiritually. So they hechmiru al atzman, that they sit for 7 clean days, even if they see a blood stain the size of a mustard seed during their nikiyim. If they see a blood sign, this stain the seed of a sign of a mustard when they're during their time of the nidah, it makes no difference. I got to start counting again, right? But where's the chumrah? The chumrah is where they're tehor, they're pure. They went to mikveh yesterday. And what happens the next day? They see a ketem, and it happens to be on white, it happens to be on cotton. That's called a ketem. 7 nikiyim. And that is universally accepted. Shma beni musar avicha, al titosh torat imecha.
So what's this whole thing of the Bedika cloth show it to the rabbi and determine color?
That's to
and this?
determine if she can go to, if they have sektara is okay. If the first, she has to check herself during the 7 days, right? During the time of the wait, she has 7 days, she has to check, right? So she had a period, finished on day number 4, right? She stops bleeding, does have sektara, right? Have sektara, has to stay in from before sunset to Tzeta Kochavim, right? Have sektara, yeah? Now let's see, she does have sektara, and she sees there's some kind of stain on there.
Oh, the question is, you have to do it again.
Is the stain blood or not? She doesn't know. If she knows it's blood, it's the end. She has to go the next day and she does that again. But what if she's not sure? It's a color she's not wearing. So that's what you go to the rabbi for. Or let's take an example. She's wearing white underwear and it's made out of cotton, and she has a ketem in the middle when she's tahorah. What and she's not sure if the color is a ketem that's red or not. So what does she do? She puts it in, she goes in, the rabbi looks at it and says whether it's ketem is something that's tameh tahor. You know who involved himself a lot with this? Who classically involved himself in this, which is surprising? Who is known great Jewish man to involve himself in this?
King David.
Yes!
Okay, I just needed a second. Yes.
King David. It says Yadav Madamim Maleu. So one of the understanding is not that he killed Goyim. Who cares he killed Goyim? That he was always involved. And why was he involved in that?
Well, that's how you
Okay, maybe so, but let's get a better reason, not from sin. David HaMelech was going to establish the Melucha. Yes, he was going to be, once Shaul died, David HaMelech, for him, is going to be established in the Melucha forever. In order for a king to establish the Melucha, what does he have to have? Children. Specifically, boys. If there's no boy, there's no heir. Who made the big mistake of delaying Am Yisrael going back to their wives for 1 night? And because of that, he was punished that he had no children after that. Right. Yoshua delayed the people going back to their wives after the war finished for 1 night.
Jericho?
No, I don't remember where it was specifically. One of the wars, one of the fights. And Aye. And because of that delay, the Talmud says he was punished. He had no children after that. So we see David HaMelech, what is he doing? He's recognizing that the key to the continuity of the entire Jewish nation, including the Melucha, is making sure what? That women who are tehorot can be with their husbands. Now we have the background, Nashim Tzadkaniot. Now we also understand this Kanta Hichmiru Alatzman. Because it's not just enough to have a baby. You want to have a baby with a neshama that is a high level. And therefore, this is halacha peshuta. I would say the women did a good job making up for their mistake by the tree. That's what I'll say. I'm going to say that. I'm not exactly clear that the men have done their complete rectification. No. That's not.
Yeah, but
I'm saying like this. Here's how I'm thinking about it. Okay? The Talmud says there are two reasons why the Jewish people came out of Egypt. Reason number one, avot. God made promise to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. That promise was they're going to come back to this land, B'chush Gadol. Made it to Abraham. We're going to read it next week's parasha. Yes? Acharechen Yesu B'chush Gadol, right? So Yetziat Mitzrayim was promised to the forefathers. And of course, if God made a promise, and it's good to leave the land of Egypt, therefore God cannot. He restricted himself, put a limitation on himself, even though he's unlimited. He put limitation on himself to what? When he says something that's going to happen for good, it has to happen. There's no way. So first, it's for avot. Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Not Moshe, not Aharon. Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. That's what it says. And then the Gemara, Talmud, our rabbis give another reason. Not Moshe, not Aharon. What's the reason?
Shifra and Pua.
It doesn't say Shifra and Pua alone.
The woman who
Nashim
all
tzadkaniyot.
those babies in the forest.
Ooh, which because they were involved, they recognized the evil of Paro's decree, and they took the mirrors, which is something that is a sign of gava, a sign of gashmiut mamash, and they went into the fields with fish, and they said to their husbands, "Oh, look, you see how beautiful I am," because the husbands were exhausted from working. That's what Paro's decide. That was his intent. And the women perceived that. The men were clueless. And they went ahead and they had relations. And then what did they do when they gave birth? They went out into the field. They gave birth in the field. And they left the baby in the field. And they say, listen, I can't bring this baby back to Egypt because they're going to kill it. I did my job. You do your job. And what Hashem do? He put them and he gave them feed. And the Egyptians recognized that, there's all these women pregnant, but there's no babies happening. So they went into the fields and they started plowing the fields. What happened? Hashem made it so the babies went so low down that they couldn't plow. We could look and see what the sod is here. It's probably huge. I mean, all these phenomenal midrashim. If you look at the sod, Ben Ishchai, it's probably out of sight, even better than the story itself. But suffice it to say, that is the koach. So even kol kvuda bat melech penima, the koach is the nekeva. The zachar has the physical koach. Spiritual koach. Very good. Go ahead. What do you want to say to that? Okay. So how are you learning that? Let me hear how you're learning that. No, I understand the pshat part, but what are you trying to learn? Because they're kalot this way, eladat. I thought you were going to say something from the sod point of view, because en kishur eladat has a sod ramification, and I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it was amazing. It had something to do with the sfira of the da'at and how it expresses itself. I don't remember it.
Well, called that, I guess, leaves room for emunah.
No, what he just said, en kishui eladat, that the simple meaning is there's no erection without intent, which means, where do we learn this halacha? A woman can claim she was raped. A woman can claim she was raped. Why? Because she could be passive in the sexual act. That's Esther. The Gemara asks the question, how is Esther with this goy? She should have yareg v'al yavor. She's, especially according to the opinion that says she's married to Mordechai. Really? How does this work? Right? She should yareg v'al yavor. So what does the Gemara learn out?
Esther and Achashverosh?
Yeah. Karka olam. Karka olam. Women in sexual relations could be passive. So technically, halachically, every time Achashverosh had relations with Esther, it was considered to be rape. She did not have the desire or the will to have relations with Achashverosh. She just laid there. He did what he needed to do, and that was considered rape, except once. When Mordechai says to her, go to Achashverosh, even though you weren't invited, what's he really saying? Submit yourself to relations willingly. The kasher avati. So Esther understands exactly what Mordechai is saying. Okay, that doesn't say that, but kol hakavod. But even so, a Jewish woman's not allowed to submit herself to relations with a Gentile voluntarily. Okay, nice idea, Shed. Okay, okay. So we understand from here what that's why more. So Esther, you asking me to be over on a doraita. It's machlokat. I don't have relations with the Gentiles. Doraita, not. Let's leave that alone for now. You're asking me to be over on the command of the king, and you're saying that is the solution and the healing to what happened. You know what? You are going to do the same thing. How? Vayavor Mordechai. It was Pesach. You're not having matzah. You're fasting for 3 days and 3 nights. So all the Leil said there did not happen on that. Because why? Vayavor Mordechai. He heard what she said and he agreed. And think about it. It's Pesach is not a small thing. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic here. En kishui eladat. So he said that a woman can claim that she was raped because she was passive. The halakha, a man, except from the back, that's a separate issue. A man who is having, let's say a woman jumps a man and forces him to have relations with her.
He drugs him or something.
He's guilty. En kishui eladat. If he doesn't want to have relations, it doesn't happen. Because once a man has da'at for relations, what then happens? Is kishui. If this kishui, what does that mean? He has da'at for relations. So therefore, a man cannot claim from a Torah perspective. I'm not talking halacha point of view. I just show him from let's keep it here. I'm not talking halacha. I'm not a betin. I'm not something else. But a man cannot claim he was raped by a woman. That would have been desire. Lasot milachto. What do they write? Lasot milachto. What does that mean? The only way a man could be raped, chas v'shalom, is from another man. Then he can claim, I was not desirous of this.
That's not rape. That's bestiality.
No, it's homosexuality, right?
Right.
But if a man is raped in that way, he's not guilty of having relation. He didn't want it. He can also claim karka olam, as long as he didn't then go ahead and do it himself. Yes. Karka, which means the ground.
Oh, karka. Okay.
Karka olam.
That's flat.
Correct. All right. Anything left over here? I can go on forever. God, Baruch Hashem. This is amazing. Got to do this more than
Medically, you can be
one second. Medically
hypnotized and aroused. So how do you get around that? You don't have any.
If a person's hypnotized, they're not aroused.
When somebody tells you a joke and you're in a bad mood, the joke makes you laugh because you're like an emotion. So
okay. So when a person, in order to have, En kishui ela. Now I remember. It wasn't a soda. It was biological. En kishui ela ladat. What is dot? So if we understand the body, keter is the skull, chokhmah is the right brain, binah is the left brain, the arm is the chesed, right arm, left arm gvura, the body, the trunk is tiferet, netzach is the right thigh, hod is the left thigh, yesod is the actual shaft, and the atara, the crown on the end, is the malchut, right? Now, when the keter is not there, we have another concept called dot. What is dot? How is dot represented in the human body?
Brain root, the back part.
The spine.
The shidra.
The shidra, which begins at the C1, which is the atlas. Okay, C1, And then the spinal cord, which from the medulla, that's the part of the brain still, that's the brain stem, okay? The dot technically could be the brain stem and the spinal cord. Why is that important? I love it. Good, good, good. Can I give you something that's incredible? That when you study biology, I'm a physician, and when you study science and how the body works, and you see some statement the rabbis made, and you're like, oh my God, it's emet la'amito, and maybe they knew it, maybe they didn't. So, to get a little graphic, unfortunately, since we're talking about a sensitive topic, there's no ladies here, okay? A person gets an erection, and then they have an ejaculation. What part of the nervous system is involved with erection? And what part of the nervous system is involved with ejaculation?
Some part in the brain.
Two separate aspects of the nervous system. Listen up, okay? So in medicine, because we have to have mnemonics to remember lots of things because there's so much information to learn, it's hard to remember. So there's a mnemonic called point and shoot. Point, erection, parasympathetic nervous system. Shoot, S, sympathetic nervous system. And I bet you're never going to guess, sympathetic nervous system is transmitted through the blood. Okay? Basically, it's epinephrine and norepinephrine, which is secreted by the adrenal glands, and that goes through the blood. The sympathetic response, flight or flight. That's the shoot part. The point is the parasympathetic nervous system. How are those signals transmitted? From the brain to the spinal cord and directly to the member. En kishui elaladat. That's the biological sod that's uncovered by that statement. Because the parasympathetic nervous system is the spinal cord. Maybe medicine figured that out 100 years ago. 100 years, maybe 150, I don't know, I have to look it up. But you imagine that the rabbis in the Talmud made a statement that maybe they knew the medicine and maybe they didn't. You know what? It doesn't make a difference. At the end of the day, that you have this statement and then it brings this level of meaning that you don't know until 2,000, 3,000 years later. You're like, oh my gosh. What?
Where have I been all my life?
I mean, it's incredible. I'm not sure that's involved in erection. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Wait, are you a doctor?
Wait, Viagra, Cialis?
Wait, how do you know that? What? He's talking about Viagra.
That's what Cialis, Viagra. Okay.
Yeah, it works with the nitric acid pathway. I have to think about that. That's a phenomenal question. I have to think about that. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay. It's a nitrate. It's a vasodilator. Okay, that's interesting. Perhaps maybe it's the parasympathetic nervous system that causes the secretion of the nitric pathway that causes erection. So when you give the medication by mouth, you're putting the nitric oxide without the parasympathetic. Maybe that's the idea. Or you don't need as much parasympathetic response in order to have an erection, right? Maybe that, I'd have to look it up. That's a great question. Blood pressure. And then they weren't getting any pills back. They were giving it to men. They were testing men as a blood pressure medication. And they basically, and again, this is going to be another blood pressure medication amongst the thousands of other blood pressure medications, right? So what they do is they gave blood pressure medication to patients. You know, there's always going to be a non-compliance. At the end of 30 days, they bring back, they count out how many pills they took. Maybe they missed a couple of pills, you know what I mean? And then they can decide whether or not that data is going to be connected in the study or not. They're doing a trial. They did a trial for blood pressure medication on a medicine called Viagra. It wasn't called Viagra at that point. It had its other name, right? And lo and behold, unlike every other trial done in medicine, they got no pills back. They gave it to 400 men, and they got no pills back. What's that? Synfadil. That's exactly right. But I'm not sure it had that name yet. Maybe it was. It might have been an experimental name. I don't know. Could be. And that's unusual because there's always going to be non-compliance. Yeah, I missed the blood pressure medication for a couple of days this month. Here's a couple. Yeah, you give it to 300 men, and none of them, they were all 100% compliant. Something is wrong. And as they evaluated, they checked it out, they realized they had a blockbuster drug that wasn't going to be used for high blood pressure. It's a beautiful story from a pharmacy point of view in medicine. I forgot it. That's great.
What about an investor?
No, it became on-label use. That's the label they pursued because it was the first. What do you mean investors? The investors were very happy.
Exactly.
Ecstatic. I mean, I'm not even sure, they probably did invest. It's this company itself. Anyway.
Why would these men come back and explain to them their experience?
Part of the trial was that they had to come back every month, have their blood pressure checked, and count how many pills they had left. And how can it be that 300 men come back
So
after?
and
I got news to you, all the men came back. Here's another thing, okay? In a trial, there's always going to be people, I'm not coming back, I'm too busy, blah, blah, blah. All the men came back for their appointment. Hey, doc, I'm here. Can I have another prescription of that medication? Yeah, my blood pressure. I hope it's real good. What is it like? So, which means 100% compliance with medication taking and 100% compliance with showing up for follow-up. There was no one lost the follow-up. Yes? Amazing. All right, let's do it with Keta and Shaare because this is crazy.
What was you saying? Humans can be swayed by emotion. So why are you chayav because you had an emotion? You can't stop this dot from.
That's not emotion. That's not emotion.
If you're being raped,
okay.
Bonnie is being raped.
Da'at is imagination. It has nothing to do with emotion. Of course, yeah. Again, for women, it's more to be emotionally connected and all that kind of stuff. Most guys, it has nothing to do with emotion. It has to do with imagination. Exactly. It's a mess. But again, while there's kedusha in that, why? Because all the prophecies, all prophets receive their communication from God through dimyon. So yeah, most of it is nourishkeit, 100%. Especially now, we don't have prophecy. But in the days of the prophets, it's dimyon that's how Hashem communicated them through this imagination. Okay, but one can visualize also.
In your mind.
When the prophet is seeing something, he's not seeing something with his eye. He's seeing it with his mind. So it's dimyon, it's vision, chazon, it's dimyon in the mind. Maskim? So next, if Yirmiyah is standing here, you think he's seeing a boiling pot with his eyes? Oh, dimyonos. Okay, I didn't realize you were going with that. Okay, he's imagining. He's not seeing it. There's nothing in front of him. But he's imagining it and getting hana'ah and pleasure from that imagination.
Okay, so what he's saying is that anxiety or
emotion.
It plays an effect. It plays what sort of a process does it?
I don't know how much emotion is going to play in that. Do you think it plays a lot? I mean, maybe a small component.
Well, if let's say he owes money in the bank.
Okay, but we're talking about like a man's arousal. He's talking about rape. Arousal for a man is not related to emotion. It's related to imagination.
So you have control over dimyon, and you control that as your.
You're supposed to have control over dimyon. If a person has dimyon that God forbid there's two gods, what's the halakha? He's punished from Shamayim for that. Avodah zarah, and by the way, according to many opinions, gilur arayot, are the two sins a person can be punished for thought. Everything else is not. If a person thinks I'm going to kill somebody, but they don't kill him. He's not punished for that thought. If the person goes ahead and kills the person, then he's punished for the action and the thought. But there are two thoughts a person's punished for: arayot and idol worship. It's a dimyon. All avodah zarah is dimyon.
You can't get
There's external things, but it's all a matter of the person's dimyonot.
So if you have a piece of paper that says on in God we trust, so that's a dimion.
Okay, but as long as the person's got the right God, there's nothing wrong with that.
It says it's specifically it's in God we trust.
Yeah, but it's on the money. We only trust in God when we have the money. Chas v'shalom, okay? Hopefully Jewish people are better than that, and many Gentiles are better than that. But the fact that they put it on the money, yes, I love that.
All right.
I want to do a paragraph in the Shaare Orah, and then we're going to stop, okay? Because
Where did you originally start this year on? What was the discussion?
today, we just began with the first with Shaare Orah. I said, "Ve'ata yesh la'ir panecha be'ikar gadol," that I have to show you an essential item. Da kibyot tzadik, the tzadik, which is the yesod, mashpia birchato, gives over influence of bracha and tovato and tov al tzedek, which is the malchut, nikret eretz hachayim. It's called the Eretz, the Tzedek changes its name, or also can then be called Eretz HaChaim. V'hi metiva l'chol hanivraim. And why is she called Eretz HaChaim? Because the Malchut takes what she receives, and then she gives it over to all the creation. It's a Shaar Sheni. Page Kof Tzadi Gimel in the book that I have. V'im chas v'shalom Yipasku tzinorot ze hatzadik. And if God forbid there's a break, there's a lack of shefa that the tzaddik is not giving to the tzedek, v'lo yavo el midat tzedek, and it doesn't come to the midah of the tzedek, as he mitma. Oh, we just explained why David HaMelech was involved in ketamim. As he mitmalet me'otan haborot hanikraot mavet. Then she becomes filled with the borot, the empty pits that are called mavet, death, called borot nishbarim, which means if the malchut is not receiving shefa from the yesod, and the yesod could be receiving shefa from the right, from the left, or from the middle, but if the malchut is not receiving chas v'shalom any shefa from above, the malchut will get shefa from the side. And that's called mavet. V'hi memita. And that causes death. Ve'osa kol minei magefa ve'hashchata ba'olam. We just described what happened in the Mabul. Since the people ki hishchit kol basar et darko al haaretz, which means they put it in an improper keli. Yes, the keli it's supposed to go in is the nekeva, the malchut. Since the zachar of the world, including the animals, were involved in spilling the shefa onto the adama, what then happened? The malchut receives shefa from the side, and that's precisely what caused mabul hayamayim ala aretz.
The animals were engaging in these.
Yes.
You're saying giraffe with zebra?
Giraffe with zebra, giraffe on the ground. I mean, you can also say they're spilling the seed on the ground. Although, the understanding there is that they were putting it into a keli. Technically, adama is also a keli, but it's an improper keli for that shefa. Let's put it that
After
way.
the flood, all the animals lined up. They
Yep.
never did that again.
No, even
Bro,
even
to today.
even the human animals didn't do that. No, the animals still don't do that for the most part. But the human animals stopped it for about 500 years.
Zoologically, is there proof that there's homosexuality within animals?
I don't know. You can look that up. Good question.
I think there is.
Okay, very nice. We're not animals. We're humans.
So that tikkun isn't really there. It shouldn't be there, but it's there. So there's still a zone.
They don't have the don't have a Torah, they don't have a tzibur.
There's no commandment. That's correct.
So they don't have a commandment for that. So why could they have done that? Why was that so
Again,
bad?
it was a marker. The world wasn't destroyed because the animals were causing destruction. The world was destroyed because
they did.
man had so polluted the world, it got to the point where even the animals were engaged in this type of behavior. All of them.
You're right. There's no love.
Okay? So the bottom line is it's a marker of how bad the world was. Or another way to look at a marker for the Erech HaPayim of Hashem. Patience that Hashem had. 1056 until 1656, 600 years. That's a lot of patience. And then finally, when Hashem decides to destroy the world, that's 120 years before the destruction, because Noah took 120 years to build the Teva, which means there was still Erech HaPayim for 120 years more, even after Hashem had decided he's going to destroy the world. 120 years more the world existed.
Why not just give them the ark and say you have so much?
Noah had
time to convince everybody.
he didn't do it. He wasn't successful. That we could say. So why is there magefa? Why is there? Now we have another yesod. How did Hashem punish Shevet Shimon? When they made the sin at the Shittim, Pinchas kills Zimri and Cosbi. And what does the Torah say? Vane'etzar hamagefa. What brings the magefa? What we just read here. Hashchata. Because Shimon was involved in having relations with Benot Moav and Benot Midyan, which is putting the shefa into an inappropriate keli. The response to that is the malchut gets shefa from the side, which then brings hashchata and magefa. We see this in another place. Magefa. Because why? They were mechaper. Okay.
Who takes this Roma?
Because 24,000. That's the 24,000. Very good. Where else do we see magefa?
Well, with the copper snake. And
Ooh. Okay, good. What was the problem there? So we see there's two places where magefa happens. That was the other place. Good. One is Gilu Arayot, and one is? That's right. Avodah Zarah. By the Nachash Nechoshet. Moshe Rabbeinu made Nachash Nechoshet, and that stopped the magefa. Why was it magefa? Because again, very good. When a Jew has bad ideas in his head regarding God, he's putting his avodah, which is his shefa, into a keli that is broken, that is wrong. Wrong keli. So therefore the malchut, because she's not receiving the shefa, the shekhinah is not whatever. It's other gods that are getting chas v'shalom the shefa, even though there's no other gods, right? But because they're spilling shefa that's supposed to go la Hashem through the malchut back up, they're going to other places. Avodah zara. What then happens? Magefa. Hold on. Okay, we could look at all the places in the Torah where it says magefa there. I think it's Het Egel also, and we can make connections between all of them, because if we're learning here that what brings magefa to the world, again, I'm not talking just in general. I'm not talking about COVID and stuff like that, although we could talk about that as well. But if we just want to talk about what it says in the Torah, when you use the word magefa, right? COVID was magefa. There's no question about it. What is it? No, dever. Dever bala'ir. Right? First, what does a person do? If a dever is coming to the city, you leave the city. If you're stuck, what do? Close the windows, close the door, stay inside. That's right. Correct, but that was only the Egyptians. That didn't affect us. That was the Ness. And remember, dever, what made the dever of Egypt unique? dever, the Talmud says, does not distinguish between tzaddik and rasha. But in Egypt, it distinguished between the tzaddik and the rasha. So it was a dever that wasn't derech hateva. Generally, magefa, dever, this is all derech hateva. It doesn't discriminate. People died in COVID that were tzaddikim, righteous people, good people, right? But the whole idea there is magefa, when it comes, it doesn't distinguish. The Torah's magefa with Shimon only affected the people of Shimon. All right, let's continue. Wow. Ubiyot tzaddik mithaber im tzedek, when the tzaddik is connecting to the tzedek, which is the malchut, v'noten lo matana mibirchotav, and the tzaddik gives a matana, which is a gift, over to from his brachot, meaning from his hoter, that's what we discussed, right? From the extra that he receives, he gives it over to the malchut. This connection that is established through the giving of shefa is called tzedakah. It's brought to midav tzedek. It's brought to the malchut. Chaim tahat mavet. Life instead of death. The zehu sod, and this is the sod. Utzdaka tatzil mi mavet. Correct. Okay, so what's the problem? So they have the tzaddik, you have the tzedek. The tzaddik is the yesod, the tzedek is the malchut. The connection, the chibur between the tzaddik and the tzedek is called tzedakah, which is also happens to be in our world what is transferred between the tzaddik and the tzedek. And then we had a discussion, if I remember last time, about why the first Mishnah in Shabbat starts
With the hotzah.
with hotzah, right? Because the whole goal of Shabbat is what? Shabbat represents the malchut, represents the tzedek. The goal is for the tzaddik to be mashpia on the tzedek. So the malchut, and then what is Shabbat called bracha? Because when you give to Shabbat, you receive the following week. All the bracha that a person has all week long, at least according to the Sod, for the first 3 days, for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, half, right? Or to Tuesday, is from the Shabbat that was before. That's the whole concept. Wow. Yosef Mokir Shabbat. Why Yosef? Yes, his name was Yosef. Why Yosef? Tzaddik. Mashbir. Wow. Oh my gosh, it's incredible.
The Zay says in the Tikkun Shabbos that for the whole 6 days.
Yeah, but which 6 days? Because Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is Shefa from Shabbat Haba'ah.
But if you didn't partake in that Shabbat, how are you getting?
You are partaking in the Shabbat. That's the part you're missing.
Oh, and Wednesday.
Hayom Yom Sheni B'Shabbat. And comes time Wednesday, what's a person already starting to do?
Preparing for Shabbat.
Preparing for Shabbat.
Oh, come if you start on Sunday.
Sunday, you're not starting on Sunday.
What? You don't get special bracha if you start preparing for Shabbat on Sunday?
Okay, he's got something for me.
Oh, the food isn't fresh, but this isn't too.
Okay, but Kol Shiftei Yamim, but it's not the all 6 days that are coming.
Half and half,
Yes. If you go open up the Chok Israel, Chok Israel will tell you exactly what I just said. It'll say that when the person learns the Chok for Monday, he has in mind to be receiving Shefa from the Shabbat that was before. When it gets to Wednesday, he's supposed to have in mind he's receiving Shefa from the Shabbat that's coming.
How does he explain this?
This is 6 days. Show me. Where do you see? Kol Shita Yomim Ilayin. All 6 days.
Okay.
But he's not being, Lav Davka not saying of the 6 that are coming. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do one thing on the bottom. Zecher tzadik livracha. Aha, another term, yes? What is Zecher tzadik livracha? That's actually from last week. Correct, but how do we understand the sod of Zecher tzadik livracha?
Tzadikim, afilu b'mitatan.
I'm not going to look. Let's see. I'm not going to look what he says. I'm going to see if we can figure it out. Zecher tzadik livracha. Whoa.
A tzaddik in their death, they're still considered living, so they're able to still.
Now, come on. Continuing on what we just talked about now. What is the zecher of the tzaddik?
The Torah that they taught, something that
The pasuk says, zecher tzaddik livracha. The zecher of the tzaddik is the bracha. What defines the tzaddik?
they gave tzaddik.
That they gave over shefa or tzedakah to tzedek. What makes the tzaddik? The tzaddik receives shefa from above, yes, and has bracha, has hoter. What does the tzaddik do with the extra? Goes buys a yacht in Fort Lauderdale. What does he do? Take 3 or 4 trips around the world? Then that's not a tzaddik. The tzaddik takes the extra, the abundance that they receive, and what do? They give it over. Zecher tzaddik livracha, which means what is the zecher of the tzaddik? It's the bracha. Let's see if he says that. Ayen the kaman sheyasod nikra zikaron. Okay, hazikaron. Why is yesod called zikaron? Oh, wow. Because remember, there was a discussion about Yoav ben Tzruya. Yoav ben Tzruya didn't learn properly. Machotim che'et zecher Amalek. You look in the Torah, there's no vowels. He basically thought Yoav ben Tzruya said it was Machotim che'et zachar Amalek. So he thought that the mitzvah was only to kill the men. No. Zecher, which means the men and the women and the children and all the booty. So we see that there's this machloket of zecher and zachar. Now let's see what it says in the sod. Ayen the kaman sheyasod nikra zikaron. The sod is called zikaron. Shehu moshech me'arachamim. She draws from the rachamim ha'elyonim. What's the rachamim ha'elyonim? The keter. Hama'alim zikaron letova. That gives zikaron letova, which gives over shefa letova. B'matenat hinam. Shehi hachanina. What is matanat chinam? Chen. Okay, good. Meaning? We started at the beginning. Vayar Elokim Kitov. What's that called? Matanat Chinam. What is Matanat Chinam? What does that mean?
I didn't have to give it, but I gave it.
I'm not required to give it. And on top of that, I'm not getting anything in return. I'm not expecting.
When do you ever gift and expect something in return? It's not Secret Santa.
Why is burial called Chesed Shel Emet? Other chesed that people do is not called chesed shel emet. When a person gives tzedakah to a poor person, that's not called chesed shel emet. Yaakov, when he tells Yosef, I want to be buried in the land of Israel, he says, do for me chesed ve'emet. Al tikbereni b'mitzrayim. Why is burial and death called chesed shel emet? It's not a trick question.
Something you can't really give in return.
The dead person can't give you anything back. It's the ultimate chesed, because the person you're doing the chesed, we're not talking about the shiva, that's chesed for the avelim. The chesed a person does in kvura, the chesed a person does in a burial, that is chesed that can never be returned because that guy died before you. He can't give you back that, oh, I'm going to come to your funeral too. Nobody goes to each other's funeral unless they die the same day. And then nobody goes to anybody's funeral. So participating in the burial of a person is called chesed shel emet. Why is it shel emet? Because it has no way to be repaid. Every other chesed in this world, it may be l'shem shamayim. We don't know what's going on inside the person's head. But we know one thing for sure. When a person is doing chesed with a person who has died, that's chesed shel emet. Because there is no return from that person.
And it's being present at the funeral and actually putting in the dirt.
That's chesed shel emet.
Is that what? Is it?
That's why Shlomo Melech says it's better to go to a funeral than it is to go to a simcha. Because you're doing chesed with the chatan and kala, yes? You want the chatan to come to your wedding.
All right.
You're right? Or you want the
return from
chatan to
here.
invite you over to the house to have a Shabbos dinner, yeah? You don't know what the motivation. A person go to a wedding, and maybe they're going to the wedding because they want to meet their kala. That's not, again, it's still a beautiful reason to go, but it's not chesed shel emet. The only chesed shel emet is when a person goes to bet ha. There's other reasons why Shlomo Melech said that. Let's continue. Okay, so and and who famously used this way to pray? Oh, it's gorgeous stuff. God, I can go all day. No,
Isaac, Yitzchak.
come on, guys, wasn't that long ago? Va-Ethanan el ADNY ba'etahi lemor. What's Rashi say? What is Va-Ethanan? Moshe Rabbeinu says, don't give it to me because I deserve it, even though I probably do, but that's not what he said. I want you to give it to me as matanat hinam. What is the source of matanat chinam? We just read it. The keter. What is the difference between the keter, which is rachamim, and the tiferet, which is rachamim?
Well, the Tiferet can't. Well, the catcher really doesn't receive; it gives. It's only giving. Tiferet receives and gives.
Tiferet is rachamim
I think for it because it's in the center of chesed.
to those who deserve it. It's not rachamim to those who don't deserve it. How do I prove that to you? In the Makot, what is the midah of Hashem that keeps smacking the Egyptians? Yud-Ke Vav-Ke. At the Yam Suf, what is the midah of Hashem that rescues the Jewish people and destroys the Egyptians? Yud-Ke Vav-Ke. Yud-Ke Vav-Ke represents the Tiferet. That represents Rachamim, but Rachamim that to those who deserve, and of course we can have a liberal definition of who deserves, and not Rachamim to those who don't deserve. Which is what made Yetziat Mitzrayim. What is Yetziat Mitzrayim? What is the lesson? What is the lesson that God is teaching with the Yetziat Mitzrayim? This is Ram Sadoko Kohen from Pri Tzadik, an unbelievable sefer. I encourage everybody to go through one of these days.
Matanat chinam and deserving.
The lesson that was taught by Yam Suf is there is one God. And that one God, with the same midah, rewards the wicked, rewards the righteous, and destroys the wicked. Which, from a, why is there idol worship? Why do people, what's the minimum of idol worship is 2, right? There's no difference between 2 and 3 and 4. It's all the same avodah zarah. How does a human being come to a conclusion of 2? Very simple.
When is it working for me right now?
Tzaddik veralo. How does a person answer that kasha? There's the Jewish way to answer that question. There's one God. Everything's coming from that one place. And I have to look at my deeds. I have to fix myself. Because I'm not a good keli for the shefa right now. And that's why I'm getting from the left. If I was good keli, what would happen? I'd be getting from the right. Or I'd be getting from the middle. But if a person doesn't want to do self-analysis, like 6 billion people in the world, what do we say? There's the God of good, and there's the God of the bad, chas v'shalom. And the reason why things are bad happening to me, I'm a tzaddik, is because the God of the bad, chas v'shalom, has dominion at this point over the God of the good. It's not my fault. It's in the Shamayim. And when it changes, then I'll have. Never forget, I was in the hospice once. A doctor taking care of a patient. I think they were Protestant. And I come out of the room and I tell this family that, patient is, going to live another day or two. We're going to make sure she's comfortable and not suffering and all that kind of stuff. And the woman was distraught because she felt that her family member, I don't remember if it was her mother or father. What? I'm talking to the patient's family. Patient herself is unconscious. This woman is a Protestant, relative of the patient, and she says to me, because she's clearly conflicted, aside from the fact that this loved person is dying, she's trying to reconcile how God could do this to that person. Not an uncommon question that people ask in certain circumstances.
Was she young?
No, doesn't make a difference. They could be 100 years old. Nobody wants to die. So she says to me, and I couldn't believe it. It was such an opportunity for Kiddush Hashem. She says to me, it's the devil. It's Satan. Satan. And why is she saying that? Because not encouraging it, if you study Christianity, you see that it dances on this concept of Satan having, chas v'shalom, an ability to have dominion over God. What's that called? Avodah zarah. Once you go to 2, it's very easy to go to 3. So she says to me, Satan is doing this. I couldn't resist. I had to speak up. I said, did you just say that Satan is doing this? Yes. My loved one is such a righteous, good person. This is Satan. This is the work of Satan. I said, and is the work of Satan, and is it also not with the permission of God? So her initial response was, like, a computer, you get more data. She was like stuck. She was like, it was like a reset, and I said, let's, I'm sure you read the Bible, don't you? Let's go to Job. What does it say in Eov? That's the God says, is there anybody great like Eov in the world? And the Satan comes to God and says, yes, because you haven't tested him. And so what does Hashem do? He gives Eov permission. He gives Satan permission to test Job, which means clearly the Torah, forget about your nonsense, the Tanakh is saying what? The Satan doesn't have independent dominion. The Satan is a messenger of God, just like the good angels are messengers of God, but none of them can do anything that is not the Ratzon of Hashem. And she was like, then she realized what she said. And she realized that that was a big mistake. I said, listen, I would suggest, listen, maybe this is not the time, whatever, but you have to think about that a little bit more. Maybe speak to your pastor, because that's not monotheism. That's not monotheism. That's something else. Anyway, so you've again, if you study a little bit, I'm not saying there's this idea that's within Christianity that there's this power that is independent, and that is kefirah. That is avodah zarah for a Jew, and that's avodah zarah for a Gentile. L'chol hadeot. Shituf, there's opinions whether or not they can have partnerships. Okay, mamash, to say that there's something that is outside is not. And what we're talking about, the borot nishbarim, that's not outside, even though we call it the sitra achra. What gives it the koach? That only happens with the ratzon of Hashem.
They won't agree with that because it's already eliminating Yashka being also
Again, I didn't have to go to the Trinity, because that's another nourishkeit on top of nourishkeit. But this is what, when a person starts going in this path, there's no end. Okay? And this is the piece that gets them off. Once you get there, okay, there's only one. Then what do I need the other two for? If there's only, really what it comes down to is, if there's only one, and that one has dominion over everything else, then why am I not reaching out direct? That's the question, right?
You have a saint.
She died, yes. And that, again, that was my tafkid over there. In addition to making the patient, comfortable at the end of life, my tafkid was to open this. I don't know how long it lasted. Open that door so she'll never forget this Jewish doctor that told her that this idea that she's been living with for a while is off the reservation. Anyway, so Yud Kei Vav Kei represents Rachamim, for those who deserve, and not Rachamim for those who don't deserve. What is Keter? Rachamim unlimited for those who deserve and those who don't deserve. So when Moshe Rabbeinu is asking for Matanat Chinam, what is he? Where is he directing his tefillah? To the Ein Sof. Again, all the tefillot are directed to the Ein Sof. But Moshe Rabbeinu is asking, don't pay attention to whether I deserve it or not. I'm not asking for that. You've only begun to show me your wonders and your greatness. 40 years of seeing God's wonders and greatness. You've only begun to show me your wonders and your greatness. I'm asking for this as matanat chinam. And why? Why is Moshe Rabbeinu know that this is an effective method of prayer, to the point where Hashem has to say, stop. Moshe knows something. What does he know?
There is an aspect of Hashem that can give you even though you don't deserve it.
What's that aspect?
Tiferet.
No. He's asking for a matchinat chinam, which means he's basically saying, I don't deserve it. He's not. It's not going to come from Yud Kei Vav Kei. Why? I don't deserve it. Yud Kei Vav Kei gives rachamim to those who deserve, and doesn't give rachamim to those who don't deserve. I don't deserve it. I'm asking for it, even though I don't deserve it. That's called matarat chinam. That goes to the keter. What name is represented by the keter? We didn't get to it in this book yet, but we will in chapter 10. Aleph K Yud K. That name is Rachamim Gimurim. And when Moshe Rabbeinu is at the sneh, and he says to Hashem, after God says, you are going to rescue the Jewish people, Moshe's big question is, The people are going to ask me, what is your name? What shall I tell them? What's Moshe really asking?
What aspect are you going to redeem these people?
In what midah are you going to redeem the Jewish people? Is it rachamim to those who deserve and not rachamim to those who don't deserve? Or are you going to use the rachamim unlimited from Keter?
How did you know this? Ask Hashem so early on.
He's already a great prophet. What's the answer? What's the answer?
I will redeem them from the midah.
Is that
They don't deserve it.
is
because
that-
they're zchut avot.
Is that the answer? If it's zchut avot, then they deserve it.
But they are not avot. The avot do, but they don't.
Nashim tzadkaniot, they deserve it.
They weren't born yet. Well,
They were born. Of course, they're born already.
Oh wait, what? Okay, you're right. This is the snaps. This is after. Okay. See.
Vayomer Elohim Moshe, Eheye Asher Eheye, Vayomer Kotoma Libne Yisrael, Eheye Shelachani Alechem. What does that mean?
Well, there's two kind of names right there.
We
So
have
which is it?
Eheye Asher Eheye,
Or is it just?
and we have Eheye. What is the difference between Eheye and Eheye Asher Eheye?
Depending on what happens, depending on your behaviors, I'm going to
No,
come as this.
no, because this is matanat chinam. This is we don't deserve it. The Aleph Hey Yud Hey represents rachamim gimurim to those who deserve it and those who don't deserve it.
I thought that was your kebab.
No, Yud Kei Vav Kei is rachamim to those who deserve it and no rachamim to those who don't deserve it.
And Ehiyah is?
Rachamim to those who deserve and who don't deserve.
So that's a better one. So he wants to take out. He's planning on bringing the Erev Rav. He wants them included.
Get Erev Rav. When you get to Erev Rav, yeah.
They don't deserve it. They're getting out.
You cannot understand this without the Orah Chaim. Don't look it up. I'll tell you what he says. You can look it up afterwards. Orah Chaim. What does he say on this pasuk?
On Va-Ethanan.
On Shmot.
Shmot. Okay.
What does he say?
This is one of those double pagers.
When is the earliest time that Moshe Rabbeinu figures out he's not going into the land of Israel?
Hitting the rock.
Right here.
What? Right here?
Right here.
Oh, because, well.
Because what does Hashem say? Moshe Rabbeinu, in what midah are the Jewish people going to be rescued? Which Moshe Rabbeinu clearly knows they don't deserve it. It's either early, according to the Ramban, instead of 400 years is 210, right? It's clearly, if 400 years we're going to read in the Berit Ben HaBetarim, clearly they don't deserve it. It's not time. Even if they deserve it, it's not time.
It's not time. Okay.
It's not time. And they don't deserve it. Why do they deserve to be taken out 190 years early? What did they do that was so great? They're in the 49th level of Tumah. Moshe Rabbeinu is saying, I don't get it. You're telling me to take them out. It's a little early, God. You know, you're a Yeki. You're on time. You're not early. What's going on here? So Moshe Rabbeinu knows that it can't be the Midah Yud Kei Vav Kei. Why? Because they don't deserve it.
So he's asking rhetorical questions?
He's not asking a rhetorical question, confirming.
Confirming, okay.
What is he trying to confirm?
Whether he's going in or not.
Yes. And is this the last exile? So what's God's answer? Moshe, I'm telling you, and to you alone, no one else could know this. This is not the last exile. How do we know that? Eheye, Asher, Eheye. Now they're going to be rescued with unlimited mercy, even though they don't deserve it. And in the future, the Orah Chaim says, they're going to need to be rescued from the exile, even though they won't deserve it. That's what God says to Moses. But then God says, Bayomer, when you talk to the Jewish people, they will not be able to hear that there is another exile after this one. They need to think that this is the final exile. So when you tell them what name, what midah I'm taking them out in, it's Ehyeh.
That way they'll know. Or
The
they'll
pasuk
think.
we're talking about, by the way, Vayomer Elohim el Moshe, Ehyeh asher Ehyeh, Vayomer ko tomar libnei Yisrael, Ehyeh shelachani alechem. So I'm describing what the Orah says about this pasuk. And what he says is the Moshe Rabbeinu was told, Moshe is asking, in what midah? Clearly they don't deserve to leave. They're 210 years, it's 190 years early. They don't deserve it. They're in the 49th level of Tumah. I had to leave for 40 years because one Jew is hitting another Jew. Clearly they're not ready to leave. Okay, so this can't be Yud Kei Vav Kei, because Yud Kei Vav Kei is Rachamim to those who deserve it. They don't deserve it. So Moshe is asking what midah they're going to be taken out in. And Hashem says, Ehyeh asher Ehyeh, meaning what? Now they're going to be taken out with the midah of unlimited mercy to those who deserve and to those who don't deserve. And in the future, there's going to be another time where there's going to be a future exile where they're going to be taken out even though they don't deserve it.
That means Moshe is the Mashiach, essentially.
That means Moshe is not going to the land of Israel.
And he didn't do anything, really. Yeah.
Not yet.
He didn't. But
He's not going to. God knows. Remember, for God, the panorama of time is all Haveh. Everything is present tense. So as far as God's concerned, it's all the same. So he's asking God directly. So God is telling him, but when you go talk to the Jewish people, they won't be able to hear there's another exile coming. They're going to be totally despondent and depressed. So therefore, just tell them half the story, because that's the only half they need to know. The half they need to know is, yes, when they ask you, excuse me, Moses, it's 190 years early, and we know we don't deserve it because we're at the 49th level of Tumah. Moshe Rabbeinu is going to tell them, God is rescuing you as if you don't deserve it. Another way of saying that is, he's giving you matenat chinam. As far as the avot is concerned, it's zechut avot. As far as zechut nashim tzadkaniot, zechut. But as far as the men are concerned, or the nation, the majority of the nation is what? They don't deserve it. Hashem is going to take you out with unlimited mercy, even though you don't deserve it. Oh, before we get to that, now let's go back to Va-Ethanan.
Or Hanan.
What's he doing there?
Remember when you said I wasn't going to be the last one?
What's he doing there?
Give me this, just like you rescued them.
What's he doing? What is Moshe truly doing there?
To invoke that Ehyeh from Hashem to let me
Meaning
in,
what? Me?
to get in even though I don't deserve it.
Okay, Moshe Rabbeinu never prays for himself. And I'm going to suggest to you that here he's not praying for himself either. Because if he was praying for himself, God might have said, sure. But the problem is Moshe Rabbeinu, even though he's praying for himself, there's an automatic connection to that. What's the automatic connection? If he goes into the land of Israel, there's no more exile after that. Now let's go back to the pasuk in Va-Ethanan. You're going to love this, and it's connected to the parsha we're reading now. What name does Moses use? Because if there's anybody who's an expert in Shaare Orah, before Rabbi Gikatilia, I promise you it was Moses. Moses was an expert in the names of God. Okay? How to pray, how to have kavanah. That was Moses' expertise. What does it say? Va-Ethanan el Adonai ba'etahi lemor. So we understand right now he's asking for matanat chinam. He's looking for, even though Hashem said Ehyeh asher Ehyeh, what is Moshe Rabbeinu looking to do now? Because technically, they're still in exile. Correct?
He's asking to end the exile?
They left Egypt. They were rescued from the exile of Egypt. Yes? They went to Har Sinai. They received the Torah. Receiving the Torah is a geulah. It's a redemption. They were supposed to go to the land of Israel immediately.
Right.
Instead they had Cheta Egel, Cheta Meraglim. So what happened? Their exile was extended. What is Moshe Rabbeinu asking? This extension, one could look at it as another exile. Is it possible that that name you said in the beginning,
Was it referring to this exile?
is referring to now? And so what is he asking for? He's asking for rachamim, mercy, even though they don't deserve it now, and neither does he. Where's the hint, the remez? Look at the name that is used in this pasuk. The next pasuk. Adonai Elohim atah chilot lehrot et avdecha et godlecha v'et yadecha chazaka Hashem mi'el b'shamayim u'ba'aretz Asher ya'asechem ma'asecha gvurotecha. Now, if you're not looking at the pasuk and you don't remember it, you're not going to get it right. Aleph Daled Nun Yud. That's Amonai, which means it's not Yud Ke Vav Ke. Aleph Daled Nun Yud. Based on what we studied so far in Sefer Shaare Orah, what is Aleph Daled Nun Yud? What name? What sphira is that representing? Okay, let's be more specific. No,
That's Elokim's Gvura.
Elokim is Gvura. Aleph Daled. Oh my gosh, it's been so long we forgot. Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi agid tehilatecha. Why do we start Shemona Esrei with that pasuk? Because it starts with the word Aleph Daled Nun Yud. What does Aleph Daled Nun Yud represent? Yirat Hashem. Yirat Hashem is the first gate. It's called the Malchut. Bereshit. Yirat Hashem. Bereshit. Bereshit Chochma Yirat Hashem. The Shaar, the first Shaar to get anywhere is Yirat Hashem. If a person doesn't have Yirat Hashem, he has nothing. And that's represented by the Aleph Daled Nun Yud. That's the Malchut. Dinim, right? Because within Aleph Daled Nun Yud there's the word din. But it doesn't have to be din. It depends on which side, the right or the left, she's receiving shefa from. When the Aleph Daled Nun Yud is receiving shefa from the Keter, there's no dinim. It's only rachamim, unlimited rachamim. The next name, Yud Ke Vav Ke, but it's not read as Yud Ke Vav Ke. There is Elokim. This name, Yud Ke Vav Ke, read as Elokim. What sphira does that represent? No. Again, you got to get to chapter 8, Shaar 8 in Shaare Orah, and then you'll have the answer to the question. You want to skip ahead? Kol hakavod, go right ahead. It's the Binah. The Binah, what is Binah? It's all Rachamim. Binah is all Rachamim. But it's the Shoresh of Din. Why? Because what is the job of the Binah? To take the Chokhmah and to operationalize it. To be able to present it to the Chesed, to the Zer Anpin, so that it can be acted on, which means Keter Chokhmah and Binah is all potential. Kutsha Brichu Ushchinte is actualization of potential. So the Chokhmah is the ideas and the concepts. Ideas and concepts don't build a house. In order to build a house, you have to take the Chokhmah and you have to put it in plan. The Binah represents the development of a plan that is submitted to the Chesed. No, to the Kutsha Brichu, correct. The Binah is the first hay. It's feminine. Why is it feminine? Because it receives from the Chokhmah and then transmits it down to the Zer Anpin. That's like the Imah. It's called the Imah in the Partsufim. The mother. So Yud Ke Vav Ke, read as Elokim, represents the Sphira of Binah. When you see this combination together, what does that mean? That this the Aleph Daled Nun Yud is from below to above. That's called Itaruta Dilatata, which means it's such a hitlahavut, it's such an excitement through prayer, through connection to Hashem, even though the deeds don't match it, that it can go up to the Binah and draw directly from the Keter. I don't know about my Purim.
Well,
Where else do we see this name? In the Torah. I'll give you a hint. You have to get a chumash because you're not going to do it unless you have the parasha memorized. It's the longest distance from the parasha that we've read publicly yet.
as long as this is from the
Meaning this parasha, it's the longest distance away that we haven't read it in a year. Lekh-Lekha. In Lekh-Lekha, we see this name used twice.
Berit Ben HaBetarim?
Right?
Okay.
Well, one is before Berit Ben HaBetarim. Okay? If you look over here, 1 second. I'm in chapter 15, verse number 1. Achar hadivarim ha'ele haya divar Adonai el Avram b'mahaze lemor al tira Avram anochi magen lach sicharecha harbe meod. By the way, Magen Avraham, where does it come from? Right here. Vayomer Avram Adonai Elohim matiten li ve'anochi holech ariri uben meshek beti hu damesek Eliezer. What's going on? According to the Peshat, this is the first time the name Aleph Daled Nun Yud with Yud Ke Vav Ke read as Elokim is mentioned in the Torah. How old is Avraham Avinu when this is happening? 75. Now let's skip a little bit. Go to Pasuk Zayin. Vayomer elav ani Adonai asher hoseticha mi'ur kastim latet lecha et haaretz hazot l'rishta. First of all, the parallel here. We could have very said Anochi Hashem Elokecha asher hoseticha me'eretz Mitzrayim. This is what the Ramban learns out. All of Bereshit is Maaseh Avot Siman Labanim. Literally, everything that happens in Bereshit is telling us what's going to happen in Shmot, Vayikra, Bemidbar, and Dvarim. And you see this not uncommonly in the words. What's that?
Blessings.
Okay.
Blessings, Zot Bracha, blessings. At the end of Bereshit.
Next, what is Avram's answer? Vayomar Adonai Elohim b'ma'edah ki irashena. Now, how old is Avraham Avinu at this point? Does anybody else have an answer? Because 75 is the wrong answer. Acharat Dvarim Eila is the beginning. That's after the whole thing that happened with Sarai and all the things with Mitzrayim, right? And Sodom and the 4 or 5 kings, right? So the entire beginning of Parashat Lekh-Lekha up until Pasuk Zayin, all of this is when Avraham is presumably 75 or after. This part here, he's not 75.
But it's before his Brit, so he's not.
Everything's before his Brit.
90.
How old is he here? So the Gemara mentioned something, and this is Masechet Brachot. You ready? Listening? In Masechet Brachot it says, who is the first human being on the planet to call God Adon? We just read it. Abraham.
He's the first monotheist. So yeah, you are my master.
Okay, there were monotheists before. Adam was also a monotheist. Shet was a monotheist. We can say Methuselah was a monotheist. Noah was a monotheist. No one addressed God as Adon. Why not? Because they didn't have proper Yirat Shamayim. When a person addresses Hashem as Adon, that is the opening of the Shaare. That's Bereshit. Reshit Chochmah Yirat Adonai Yud Kei Vav Kei. The opening of the Shaare is Aleph Daled Nun Yud. Adonai Sfatai Tiftach Ofi Agit Tilatecha. Avraham is the first person to call Hashem Adon. And the Gemara says, and in where do we see that? What pasuk do we see is the first place that Avraham Avinu calls Hashem Adon? Pasuk Chet. What's the problem? Excuse me. Pasuk Aleph, he calls Adon to Hashem first. If there was the order of the Pesukim, why is the Gemara quoting the second time?
With ELOKIM.
Both of them have Adonai ELOKIM. Why does the Gemara pick the second pasuk in order of the Pesukim and say this is the first time in human history where a man called God Adon? Why doesn't it pick pasuk Aleph? It's from here we learn that Parashat Lekh-Lekha is out of order. The Berit Ben HaBetarim happened when Avraham Avinu was how old?
30?
Okay. All right, let's think about that. Yes, 400 years, right? Where does everybody start calculating 400 years? Rashi. Let's talk Rashi. Rashi begins calculating 400 years when? Because everybody's bothered. 400 years, it's 210. Excuse me, hello, is a problem. You said 400, they take him out of 210. Forget about what Moshe's praying about, okay? They don't deserve it, okay? Why is it 210? If 400 is what, God's doing a trick here? No. Come on, it's a first Rashi. No.
The brother's going to share?
Well, we do a little more pshat. Yadoa teda ki ger yezaracha be'eretz lo lahem. You shall surely know that your children will be strangers in a land that is not theirs. Yes? What does Avraham always call himself? Ger v'toshav anochi imachem. So Avraham Avinu is the ger. But it says ger yezaracha. Who is the Zerah of Avraham? That's the Ger. The first Zerah of Avraham, not real Zerah, not fake Zerah like Ishmael. Yitzhak.
But he's not a ger. Oh, in Gerar.
Ger anochi imachem. Avraham is not a Ger either. We're talking about from a Ger point of view, but not a convert, a stranger. So Kiger Yezaracha. What is the first Zerah of Avraham? Not Ishmael. The first Zerah of Avraham is Yitzchak. So Rashi, what does he do? He calculates from the birth of Yitzchak, and from the birth of Yitzchak to 2448, that's 400 years.
But Yitzchak wasn't in a foreign land.
That's your opinion. But the Ramban says that since Avraham was a foreigner, ger v'toshav anochi imachem, that means he's in the land of Canaan. It's a foreign land. And for Yitzchak, it's a foreign land. And for Yaakov, it's a foreign land. When is it no longer a foreign land? When they come back into the land of Israel in the time of Yoshua. then they're not ger. Then this is my house. This is my bayit. This is where I belong. But there's a problem with Rashi. What's the problem with Rashi? I'll bring up a subtle one. Okay, it's not so subtle. It's in the first pasuk. That's a problem with Rashi. Rashi, of course, has an answer to it, but let's ask the Shaila first. I'm in Shmot, Parashat Bo, Perek Yud Bet. Told you got to get a chumash. You didn't listen to me. Let's second we find it. Give me a second.
You said both?
Okay, in pasuk mem. ומושב בני ישראל אשר ישבו במצרים 30 שנה ו400 שנה. Next pasuk. ויהי מקץ 30 שנה ו400 שנה ויהי בעצם היום הזה יעשו כל צבאות אדוני מארץ מצרים. God, this is amazing. Now tell me, Rashi, the Torah says they were there for how many years? 430. Rashi learns that they're Mitzrayim from how long? Technically, Rashi is saying that when they are ger v'toshav in the land of Canaan, technically that is the beginning of Mitzrayim.
But it's not considered Mitzrayim, but it's considered Galut.
No, again, Mitzrayim has a connotation. Okay?
You're in Galut.
You're in Galut.
What pasuk is it?
I'm in pasuk mem aleph, mem and mem aleph. So for the 400 years, we're good. But where's the 430? Can you explain to me the 30? I mean, it doesn't say 400, it says 430. No. Don't go there. What's the 30? When is the first time Avraham Avinu is in the land of Canaan as a ger v'toshav?
The first time?
Any answer, or should we put you out of your misery? What's the story? Go ahead. Okay, what's the 430? What do you do with the 430? It's 400, not 430. Thank you. Say that again, please. So how old is Abraham in the Berit Ben HaBetarim? Thank you. Therefore, Parashat Lekh-Lekha is out of order. First, Abraham comes into the land of Israel. What's the first prophecy Avraham Avinu receives? Pasuk Zayin, the Berit Ben HaBetarim. And that is the first time in human history that someone addresses God as Adon. And because Avraham addresses God as Adon, that is the beginning of his prophetic life. You with me? Then, after he receives the Berit Ben HaBetarim, what does he then do? He's told that his seed will be in the land of Egypt, Canaan, right? So, for his seed to be in the land of Canaan, where does he need to be? He needs to be in Canaan. So then he goes back to Haran, and then Hashem comes to him in the beginning of the parasha and says, Vayomer Adonai el Abram, Lech Lecha, That's when he's 75 years old. So 5 years after the Berit Ben HaBetarim is when he brings his family to Canaan.
But where was Berit Ben HaBetarim? Did it happen in Israel? Did it
Happened
happen
in Canaan when he was 70 years old. And then he
Oh, I
went
think I
back
read
to
this.
Haran,
Oh, went back and forth. Okay.
back to Haran, and then
And then
Hashem
made the
comes to him and
Lekh-Lekha.
says, Lekh-Lekha. And what does he do? That's when he comes.
His second time in Canaan.
This is his second time in Canaan.
What made him go to Canaan the first time?
That we don't know.
But
The
there's
Yara
some
Tamakom
information.
Merachok, who knows?
He went there, got Berit HaBetarim, went back to.
Nimrod.
What's that?
Getting away from Nimrod.
Okay, but why did he go to Canaan? He was in Haran, that's fine. So we see Lekh-Lekha is out of order. Now let's go back to that pasuk. Because while the Gemara is talking about the name Aleph Daled Nun Yud, we need to evaluate there's another name there. It's not just Aleph Daled Nun Yud. What is it? It's Almonai. It's Aleph Daled Nun Yud. Then Yud Ke Vav Ke spelt with, read as ELOKIM. Right? So what is going on in the Berit Ben HaBetarim?
Are you going to Lekh-Lekha or are you going to?
I'm in Lekh-Lekha. What's Avram's question? You're not gonna have to come to my class on Shabbat if that's the case. Or maybe there's another rabbi here giving class. I'll be able to give someplace else. Vayomar Adonai Elohim b'ma'edah ki irashen. Now, what is he asking? Please explain to me what Avram is asking. God just told him, I am the Lord who took you out of Ur Kasdim to give you this land as an inheritance. Statement. What's Abraham's question?
Why do I deserve this?
Is that what he's asking? Why do I deserve this?
Well,
Or is he asking a deep...
Hariri.
No, that's you're looking at now. That's 5 years later, my friend. You can't look at that. You're looking at the wrong place. You're looking at Pasuk Aleph and not Pasuk Zayin. Remember I told you Pasuk Zayin is the first communication?
What's my proof that I'm good?
Your proof. God just told you. You mean to ask God? Abraham is asking God something. God made it as a statement. Well, how do I know? Hello, I just told you.
No. Know that I will in the future inherit.
Abraham is a smart man. He's already 70 years old. He's figured out something that unfortunately many people haven't figured out yet in the world today. There is no free lunch. Because Abraham recognizes something, that even though he's a great guy, what did Moshe Rabbeinu? Matanat chinam. The avot don't have any expectations to receive reward for all of what they're doing. So whatever Avram did in the first 70 years of life, if Hashem is coming to him, promising him what? Promising him this amazing thing. Abraham's question is, I don't deserve it. In what merit are my children going to inherit this land? Thank you. Which means Avram recognizes, despite the fact that he's been 70 years old, and according to Midrash, he's been understanding that there's one God since he's 6 years old. That means for 64 years, he's been a servant of the one God, okay? And maybe the Nefesh Hashu b'Haran, he was already doing that from before because he came from Haran for the Berit Ben HaBetarim. So that's where he was before. So however long he was in Haran, Avram was always trying to influence people. If you have the Nimrod thing, you have the whole thing with the Kishana Esh. Avraham Avinu is already on, even though the Torah is not telling us about any of that, we know from the Midrash, Avraham is already willing to sacrifice himself for God. Yes? He's done tremendous avodah till this point, even though he's uncircumcised, and even though, and this is the first time God's talking to him. What's Avram's question? whole life I'm serving you, God, but I still don't deserve it because this is matanat chinam. That's how the tzaddikim act with God. They don't have any expectation of reward based on their deeds. Doesn't mean there's not going to be a reward. There is going to be a reward, but there's complete disconnection between their activities and the expectation of reward.
So you're showing anava.
That's called Yirat Hashem. When we do the Zohar, Bezrat Hashem, on the first pasuk, Bereshit bara Elohim, we'll understand what does the Zohar say is Yirat Hashem. And it's this. It's when a person has tremendous good deeds, but when he asks something from God, he's asking for it, matanat chinam. So Abraham recognizes that Hashem is giving him this, but he does nothing he deserves. He doesn't assume he deserves anything. So what does God do? God tells him about history. What's the Berit Ben HaBetarim? What do these animals represent? Egla meshuleshet ve'ez meshuleshet ve'ay meshulash. A third-year-old egel, a third-year-old ez, and a third-year ayil. That's representing the Galut of Mitzrayim. That's representing the Galut of Bavel. And that's representing the Galut of Yavan. And next one is Vitor Vegozal. That's representing the Galut of Roma. He's telling him all history. Vaikach lo et kol ele, and he cuts them in half. All of them are cut in half. Why are all of them cut in half? Why is Mitzrayim cut in half? Why is Bavel cut in half? And why is Yavan cut in half? Because they're short.
What, they're short?
They're short.
Mitzrayim
is 210. Bavel is 70. And Yavan is, like 30, 40 years. But the tzipor lo batar. Why? Because that is not going to be short. That's going to be very long. Okay? Vayered ha'ait ala pegarim vayashev ota Avram vayashemesh lavo. What does that mean, vayashemesh lavo? No. When the Torah says the sun is coming, what does it mean?
The din is coming. No.
This is not Kabbalah. This is Pshat. When the sun is setting, it's called the sun is coming. Vayi hashemesh lavo. It was sunset. V'tardema nafel al Avram, and a tremendous tiredness fell over Avram. V'ne'ema hashecha gedola nofelet alav. And he had a tremendous fear, tremendous trepidation. Why? Because this last galut is going to be so long. How are my children going to survive? Which means the test, the receiving of the land of Israel is done through the suffering of the galut. Galut Mitzrayim, well, so that we can get into Israel the first time. Galut Bavel is what allowed us to get into Israel the second time. What's going to allow us to get into Israel the third and final time? Galut Edom. Now, Vayomer Lavram Yado Ateda Kiger Yezaracha Be'eretz Lo Lahem V'Avadu V'Nuotam Arba Me'ot Shana. So now God is telling Abram what? That your children will be slaves in a land that is not theirs. Of course, the land of Israel is a land that's not theirs. That's why the Ramban says that they could have done this entire thing in the land of Israel. They did not have to go to Egypt. The only reason they went to Egypt is because they sold their brother to Egypt. In fact, the Ramban has another statement. He says the reason why they went to Egypt is because when Avram came in at 75 years to the land of Israel with his entire family, and there was a famine, what did he do? He went to Egypt. And nowhere did God command Avram to go to Egypt when he first came in, and that was a mistake.
He should have prayed.
Ma'aseh avot siman labanim. He should have
In a tiny
stayed in the land of Israel, prayed for rain, whatever he needed to do, but he was not allowed. Yaakov and Yitzchak, there's a famine in the land of Israel, and Yitzchak thinks about going to the land of going outside. What does Hashem tell him? No. You're not going nowhere. You stay right where you are. So the Ramban faults Abram, the fact that he went to Egypt in the beginning of the parasha, which is why his wife was taken into captivity. He had to go through that whole thing. But that was the beginning of why they're going to Egypt. Then when Yosef was sold to a caravan of Ishmaelim going to Egypt, that's what sealed the fate. וגם את הגוי אשר יעבודו דן אנוכי ואחרי כן יצאו ברכוש גדול. And I'm going to judge the nation that's going to enslave them. Of course, that we know is going to be Egypt. Okay, well, right now it's not known which nation that's going to be. And then afterwards, they're going to go out with the Rechush Gadol. Where's Rechush Gadol?
People and wealth.
That's really God commanding Abraham. Abraham is interested in wealth, right? Prove to me from the pasuk that Avraham is not interested in wealth.
Which pasuk?
No, you have to find the pasuk. How do we know Avraham is not interested in wealth? Okay, the Sroch Nali tells the Melech Sdom to take everything. Okay, there's a pasuk. The Avram kaved meod b'mikneh b'kesef u'b'zahav. So tell me, what human being, if they have a lot of property and possessions, feels heavy? When a person has money and finance and they're interested in material world, then they don't feel heavy. They feel light. I can go take a trip. I can go do this. I don't have to worry. I'm going to get
that's busy. That's writing checks and constantly with your
No, that's not
refueling your
heavy.
planes and your
Money
boats and your
makes the
marinas.
person light. It makes the person feel that they can do all these things. Who would describe kesef, mikneh, and zahav as something heavy? Only someone who's interested in spirituality.
Oh, 'cause it's a burden to them.
Because it's a burden. Because the more a person has, the more it brings the person down to this world, and they want to be in the next world. So Avraham says, kaved me'od, the Torah says, which means he's not interested in money. This is amazing. He's wealthy, but he's not interested in money. So what does Hashem say? Do you think that God is telling Abraham, by the way, after all the suffering, they're going to come out with a lot of cash? First of all, that cash didn't help them so much. That's what they made the ego with. What is Rechush Gadol? It's the Torah. Next, what does Hashem tell Abram? Ve'ata tavo el avotecha b'shalom tikaver b'seva tova. From here, we learn, by the way, that Terach did teshuvah at the end of his life.
Because he was the one that's kover.
How do we know that Terach did teshuvah at the end of his life? When Shaul went to the Ov because he wanted to ask Shmuel a question, and Shmuel already died. He went to the Ov, and the Ov brought back the neshama of Shmuel. And obviously, Shmuel was upset that he was brought back to this world because the dead people don't want to really be here anymore. They're very happy being where they are. And Shmuel says, "Why did you wake me up?" And Shaul says, "Because I have a question. I don't know what's going to happen with this war tomorrow."
This is the Gemara.
This is the Torah. This is the Tanakh. And what is Shmuel's answer? You and your sons are with me tomorrow. So that is a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing is, where's Shmuel? Dead. That means Shmuel is telling Shaul that he and his 3 sons are going to die tomorrow. What's the consolation prize? They're going to be with Shmuel. What does that mean? Olam haba, not in Gehinam. Look at the pasuk. Ve'ata tavo la'avotecha b'shalom tikaber b'seva tova. Meaning what? You're going to come to your fathers in shalom. Why would Avram be solaced getting to Gehinam with Terach? That's where we learn that Terach made teshuvah at the end of his life. Because Avraham knew Terach made teshuvah, Even though in the end of last week's parasha, Vayamot Terach Becharan, that's how Lekh-Lekha ends. How does it end? That Terach died in Haran. But the Torah doesn't say that he made teshuvah. From here we learn that Terach made teshuvah, and that's why Abraham was consoled that he was going to be with his father, who, despite being an idol worshiper for the majority of his life, at the end of his life, he made teshuvah. I don't remember. Look at the Ramban. That would be. It's going to be the Ramban. If I had to guess, I'm sorry. I haven't prepared the parasha ahead of time, so this is all from memory. But it's not my idea. I promise you, this is not mine. Next, Bedor Revi'i Yashuvu Hena Kilo Shalem Avon Ha'emori Adhena. What's going on? So we can correct an amazing kasha. Why do they have to wait 400 years?
Well, they don't have. Well,
That's not what it just said.
but if they have to wait for 400 years,
It just said they have to wait for 400 years. They
What if
cannot
they-
come into the
but
land.
what if they didn't sell the brothers? The brothers didn't sell you.
There's still 400 years, which means it's not, they didn't spend, they went to Egypt
to spend the time,
because they sold their brother to Egypt.
not the time. So the time has to happen.
The
whether-
time is happening no matter what. Where they spend that time is dependent on what's going on. Maaseh avot siman labanim. And Egypt is the worst place to be.
Yeah.
How do we know it's the worst place to be?
Well, because Zohama and all that stuff.
Ki ma'aseh eretz Mitzrayim asher yishavtem ba lo ta'asu. First thing the Torah, when it talks about the arayot, we read in Kippur.
Oh, and more.
The first thing it says is, where you came from, that place called Egypt, don't behave like that. And by the way, where you're going to, don't behave like them either. The fact that the Torah brought up Egypt first means what? Egypt was worse. Canaan was a close second. But Egypt was Ervat ha'aretz ba'atem milrot, the worst. And that's what the Torah first says, Egypt, like where you came from, and now Canaan, where you're going, don't behave like ubechukotehem lo telechu. Okay, now let's come back. The Dor Revi. So we see there's a time factor. 4 generations have to go by. Yashuvu hena. Why? It doesn't say because your children have to suffer. That's not the reason. What does that mean?
Don't come till this.
God, I love the Chumash. It's just amazing. It's amazing. The more you dig, the more you find. How does God work with the Jewish people as a nation? We make mistakes. Sometimes we make small mistakes. Sometimes we make big mistakes. When we look at the Torah, that's why I have a friend of mine who's reading the Tanakh, and he just sees that all the time we're misbehaving. We keep getting punished. We keep misbehaving, getting punished, right? Why? Why is, if you look through the Tanakh, you read through the Tanakh, obviously, Baruch Hashem, there's a lot of wonderful, wonderful things our people did, and there's a lot of not so wonderful things our people did. How quickly after doing something wonderful, not wonderful, does the punishment come? Usually, quickly. Small doses, escalating doses over time, right? And if you read Parashat B'chukotai or you read Parashat Kitavo, what do you learn? God punishes us when we start going off. And if we don't hear it, he escalates it. And if we don't hear it, he escalates it. It's either you're going to hear it or it gets worse. You're going to hear it and it gets worse until the point where you're thrown out of the land. And then you're going to suffer in the exile. That's called Abba. When a child does something wrong, if the father loves his child, what does he do? He doesn't let him get away with it. He gives him a punishment so that right away the child can recognize what he did was wrong. And the punishment should escalate to the point where the child gets it through their thick head, Amche Orif, that what they did is wrong. So the way he works with the Jewish people is he doesn't allow the barrel that's filled with sin to get too full. Once it starts getting some water on the bottom, boom. So what happens with every punishment? The water comes out of the barrel. Because when there's suffering, that is mechaper al avonot. And why have the Jewish people suffered throughout all the generations? First of all, because we don't behave always so good. And second of all, it's because Hashem loves us. How does he operate with the Gentiles? Not like that. With the Gentiles, let them go. Fill your basket. Keep going. Look at the Mabul. 1,656 years. They're worshiping idols. They're doing Avodah Zarah. He gives them an opportunity by Noah to reduce the agricultural difficulties. They continue sinning. He gives them another 120 years. Noah built a teva. Maybe they'll catch the message. And the Midrash says that there was a couple of floods that happened before. Let's leave the Midrash alone. But what happens when the basket is filled? Wham! And then they disappear. Exactly. So Rashi says that. Beautiful.
But it's like a basket.
Now look at Egypt, Bavel, Greece, Rome, Spain, all the same. Soviets, it's all the same. Fill your basket. Yeah, the Jewish people are going to suffer, no question about it. But once it's gotten to a point, wham, and then they're gone. Maybe. Well, again, the USA is complicated because it's a little bit of both. Okay, there's benefit. Democrats for sure. Republicans maybe not so. What is this like? This is like the sun and the moon. What happens with the moon? Every single month, it goes dark and then comes light again. Dark, light, dark, light. That represents the Jewish people in their relationship with God. Sometimes there's light, sometimes there's darkness. But even if there's darkness, we know soon after there's going to be light, because any punishment we get in kaparat avonot, then we get back into good graces. Slowly but surely pick ourselves up again. What is the natural history of a star? Burns and burns and burns, and then it just collapses and disappears. That's why the Gentiles are likened to the star.
The music festival is also called the Nova.
That's a very interesting connection. Vayi hashemesh lavo. Meaning what? The sun is setting. That represents the galut. Yes? Okay? The dorevi yeshuvahenu ki lo shalem, which means what? The sin of the Emori is not complete. Now let's understand. Emori. Who's Emori? Where they descended from? Canaan.
I said Canaan.
Canaan.
Oh, Canaan. Okay.
Canaan has, 7 sons. Well, it actually has 10 in our parasha. Yes? 3 of them left, right? But there are 7 that stayed in Canaan. Yes? Who received, when Noah came out of the Teva, his 3 sons were given 3 different parcels of land, right? Yefet was given Europe, and maybe, up until Turkey, right? Ham was given Africa, and Shem was given the Middle East. Yes? Good. Okay. Now, Kilo Shalem Avona Emori Adena. Emori is from what? Canaan. Where are they supposed to be? In Africa.
Is Cham. Cham is Canaan.
I'm quoting from Pasuk Yud Tetvav, Tetzain. It says, Kilo Shalem Avona. Why can't the Jewish people come now? Why can't they receive the land now? Because Kilo Shalem Avona Emori Adena. Because Tet Zayin. Yes. Meaning what? They can't come now because the pot of Canaan is not yet full. But really, Canaan did not belong, the Canaanites did not belong in the land that is now called Israel. What did they do? They invaded and took over from Shem's territory.
From Africa?
From Shem's territory. They came from Africa, Shem, because Middle East, Israel is not in Africa. Israel is not in Europe. Israel is in the Middle East. So the land that we're going to see shortly is promised to Abraham. What was happening? Canaan was coming in because the focal point between Africa and Europe is Israel.
The trade hub.
Trade route. Shortest distance is to go right that way, right? If you're not going to go through the sea, you're going to go through land. That's the way to go. So Canaan, what did they do? They usurped. They were the original squatters. They usurped the land of Canaan from Shem. Sodom, who are they from? Canaan. So we see Canaan didn't belong there. Yet Hashem gives them time to fill up the basket. Now we understand why the Torah says, Lo techayeh kol neshama.
From Amalek?
Vis-a-vis Canaan. The difference between Amalek and Canaan is what? Amalek also had to be wiped out completely. What?
Amalek from Esau, yeah. And Esau's from
Good, good, good. So both of them have a din of being wiped out completely. Men, women, children.
Animals.
Esav, Amalek, you can't take any of the
Shalal.
spoils. Canaan, you're allowed to have the spoils. Plishtim is not from... Wait. Plishtim is from Cham also. That is correct. Plishtim... Okay, let's talk about Plishtim now. I love it because... No. It's after. That was a mistake, by the way. Ramban says that was a mistake. Nowhere did God permit Avraham to make a deal with Elimelech. And that they suffered for 3 generations or 4 generations because of that. I promise you, if you want to go through and understand Breshit Chazak, you have to study the Ramban. The Arizal says there are 2 books of the Rishonim that a person needs to, from the Sod point of view. One is Shaare Orah, and the other one is the Perush of the Ramban on the Torah. It is amazing. And he brings Rashi, so it's not like you have to worry. He's going to bring Rashi and show where he agrees and show where he disagrees. So it's like studying Rashi and the Ramban. And he often disagrees with Ibn Ezra, by the way, a lot. All right, so what do we see? Where's Plishtim? Go to chapter 10, verse number 14. Let's go to 13. Umitzrayim yalad et ludim vet aramim vet lehavim vet naftuhim. So Mitzrayim, who is a descendant of Cham, right? That says vet patrusim vet kasluhim asher yatzu misham pelishtim vet kaftorim. It's not typical how it's brought up. The patrusim and the kasluchim that came from there, pelishtim and kaftorim. What is this language? They came from there. Zok the Rashi. Mishnehem yatzu shayu patrusim v'kasluchim machalifim mishkav neshotehem. They were involved in wife swapping. Elu le'elu v'yatzu mehem plishtim. So the plishtim are descendants of wife swapping, which even for goyim is not allowed.
According to Seth,
What?
according
That's right.
So they were like a mix.
Well, then you
They're
can't
like
call them a
monks.
mamzer because there's no concept of
Mamzer
mamzer amongst the
among
goyim,
non-Jews.
right?
But they
But
were like a monk.
they were basically not spiritually of a high level. As much as Gentiles spiritually are of a level, these are of a very, very low level because they were from wife flopping. Rashi says, if I'm not mistaken, that when Avraham, after Sarah died, he married a woman named Keturah, which some say is Hagar, and he had 10 sons, and he sent them away and gave them matanot. If I'm not mistaken, Rashi over there says he gave them, this is the source of Asia, he gave them gifts, which is magic, which was later perverted into Avodah Zarah. Yeah. That's it.
Afghanistan and India.
I don't know if Afghanistan, I would think, okay, I bet I don't know. I thought it was China, but if you're correct, I don't know.
What, Shevet Dan, Shevet Menashe?
He said to the east. Who's the east?
You have Afghanistan, you have their tribes today called Rabbani. They say it's Reuben, Samani, it's Shimon.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting, but that wouldn't have anything to do with. That wouldn't have to do with Avraham. That would have to do with the 10 tribes. Okay, but Avraham, I think what happened, they went far east, okay? And then remember the Mongols who came from Far East invaded a lot of Europe and other places, right? So there was a lot of mixing. But that's probably related to the 10 tribes, not related to the
Okay, so then again, for the question, China, Kina, according to Chinese, it's called Kina.
I'm not sure.
CH is a K instead of a Ch.
Okay, so what are we saying?
Well, which one of these would be China?
I think it's from Avraham and Keturah. That's my guess. I mean, it says Hasini. We refer to China as Sini, right? But that's not right. Let's finish up the Berit Ben HaBetarim and then we'll close up, okay? Kilo Shalem Avon. So we understand what that means, right? וישמש בה ועלתה היה והנה תנור עשן ולפידש אשר עבר בין הגזרים האלה. So what happens? Hashem makes a deal with Abram, as we see in the next pasuk, right? לזרעך נתתי את הארץ הזאת מנהר מצרים עד הנהר הגדול נהר פרת. So now what he's doing is telling Avraham, what are the borders of the land that I'm giving your descendants, right? Obviously, Hashem is telling him that Canaan is there now, but you're going to kick them out because they don't belong there. They're squatters. And then he's telling them what the borders of the land of Israel are. Right? What's Nahar Mitzrayim? That's Machloket. Some say it's the Nile, and some say it's something wadi, some wadi over there that's closer to where the border of Gaza in Egypt is today. That's why it's a Machloket whether or not the Sinai Peninsula is part of Greater Israel or not. Some of this land was not conquered by, when we talk about Kedushat Eretz Yisrael, we're talking about something that was in the time of David and Shlomo, right? But some of these lands, as we're going to see, were never conquered by David and Shlomo. So they don't have the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael yet.
What about during Mitzvah Kadesh when they did conquer the Sinai Peninsula?
No, that doesn't. It has to be Mashiach, not Netanyahu. Okay, continue on.
I mean Sharon.
Or Sharon, clearly.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
Okay, so continue on. So the borders are Nehar Mitzrayim, which is either the Nile or the Wadi. Ad Nahar Hagadol Nehar Prat. Where is that?
Euphrates,
Iraq. That means all of a made-up country called Jordan, which didn't exist before 1917 anyway, right? All of Iraq up until the Euphrates River, which is in eastern Iraq. It's almost all of Iraq, okay? And part of Syria, because the Euphrates River goes up that far. Okay, continue on. So we see here that the borders are huge. And now we have the 10 nations of Canaan. Et Keni, et Kenizi, et Kadmoni, et Hiti, et Perizi, et Rephaim, et Emori, et Canaani, et Girgashi, et Yebusi. Why 10? Because 3 were not in the land of Israel from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. That's what Joshua was commanded to conquer. The land on the other side of the Jordan River, initially we weren't going to conquer that. Why not? Before we get to Reuven, who did that land belong to? Before Sichon, it was part of Moab and Ammon. And we were not allowed to fight with Ammon and Moab. Correct. So that land would not have belonged to us. What happened? Sichon went in and he conquered significant parcels of that land from Ammon and Moab. No, Sichon, Melech Heshbon. I don't know if he was Midianite. It doesn't say he was. I don't know if he was Midianite. I think he was. I don't know. I don't know that. But because Sichon conquered the land of Ammon and Moab, what does that mean? What does that mean? It no longer belongs to Ammon and Moab. That allowed us to conquer it and keep it. Even though that wasn't the desire, we wanted to pass through, and Sichon attacked us, so we attacked him, and then we got Og, and Og attacked us. We took so all that land we received on the other side of the Jordan River. Initially, we were not supposed to receive because it belonged to Ammon and Moab. But when Sichon and Og took that land, and then they attacked us, we then took their land, and it belonged to us. That's why many generations later, the descendants of Midian, of Moab, Midian, one of them, come and complain. What do they complain? You took land that belonged to us. And the Torah doesn't say you could take our land. The Torah said you can't take our land. Right? And what was the answer? Excuse me, you lost to Sichon, you lost to Og, you're done. That's it. It's not yours anymore. And that prohibition, by the way, was only until when? To attack Sichon, Moab and Ammon, until when?
Like a certain number of generations.
Why, Shlomo?
I think
He did attack them, that's correct. But why was he allowed and nobody before him allowed? What was the reason the Torah tells us that we can't make milchama with Ammon and Moab? If anything, that should be a reason to kill them all. No, that's why we can't. That's why they can't join. Men of Ammon and Moab cannot become part of Kahal Yisrael ever, because they didn't come to greet us with water and bread. Right? They should have learned from Lot what Abraham did for Lot. They didn't have appreciation, no appreciation. You're not worthy to be part of the Jewish nation if you can't appreciate Hakarat HaTov. But that didn't include the women. The women were allowed to convert, as we know, Ruth and things like that, yes? So why did the Torah prohibit us from fighting against? Remember, Moab in the time of Balak. Balak is Melech le Moab ba'etahi, right? Balak gathers together Midian, goes to Bilam to hire Bilam. Bilam comes, does terrible things, and then what do? We fight against Midian. Excuse me, the troublemaker was Moab. Moshe was not allowed to fight against Moab or Ammon. Why not? Because of Ruth and because of Naamah. Ruth HaMoaviyah and Naamah HaAmmonit. Naamah HaAmmonit was the wife of Rechavam. Rechavam is the son of Shlomo HaMelech. Until these two women were brought Tachat Kanfei HaShekhinah, we were not allowed to fight Ammon and Moab. Once we had these flowers amongst us, then we were allowed to destroy them. Okay, so we just went through the Berit Ben HaBetarim. To summarize, how old is Avraham when he gets Berit Ben HaBetarim? 70. 5 years before Lekh-Lekha. Okay, when he goes Lekh-Lekha, at the beginning of the parasha, that's already his second time in the land of Canaan. And even though generally the Ramban hates this concept of en mukdam u'muchar b'Torah, he doesn't hate it, but he tries, even if he has to stretch the peshat to the point of breaking, he tries to avoid using that as an explanation. Okay? But here, even the Ramban has to concede that what? En mukdam u'muchar b'Torah, that the Torah here is out of order.
So what is the Rambam?
The Ramban does not like
Out of order.
the out of order thing. He always will look for an explanation, even if it stretches the imagination.
Okay, Midrash. Zohar. Okay.
He will always look for an explanation. Here, he has to concede. First of all, the Talmud says mifurash, that it's out of order. Okay? And based on the psukim and based on all this, we have to understand it's out of order.
How many other times does he concede like that?
Not often.
Okay. Chazak.
All right, so let's stop here. 4 hours. Baruch Adonai le'olam, amen ve'amen.
Rabbi Chananya.
Le'haminyan.